สวัสดีครับสวัสดีนะฮะทุกท่านเลยนะครับที่กำลังชมไลฟ์ของเราอยู่ตอนนี้นะครับผ่านทาง YouTube GC นะฮะวันนี้อยู่กับผมอาร์ต กฤตนัท กนกธรนะครับต้องบอกว่าตอนนี้รู้สึกดีใจแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยนะฮะเพราะว่าผมอยู่ที่ Royal Paragon ชั้น 5 นะครับซึ่งนี่แหละครับโอ้โหต้องบอกว่าครั้งนี้พิเศษมากๆฮะกับงานประชุมสุดยิ่งใหญ่ระดับนานาชาติเลยนะครับนี่คือ GC Circular Living Symposium 2022 นะครับเป็นการจัดการประชุมระดับนานาชาติแล้วก็ปีนี้จัดขึ้นเป็นปีที่ 3 แล้วนะครับโดยทางบริษัท PTT Global Chemical จำกัดมหาชนครับได้ร่วมกับทางพาร์ทเนอร์แล้วก็พันธมิตรนะครับทั้งภาครัฐและเอกชนครับรวมไปถึงคนรุ่นใหม่กว่า 40 ชีวิตนะครับมารวมตัวกันที่นี่เลยนะฮะซึ่งครั้งนี้ครับเขาอยากจะมาเชิญชวนทุกคนครับมารวมพลังครั้งสำคัญนะฮะเพื่อที่จะมุ่งไปสู่ Together to Net Zero นั่นเองนะฮะกับการที่เราจะร่วมการทำสิ่งดีๆให้กับโลกใบนี้ให้น่าอยู่มากยิ่งขึ้นนะฮะแน่นอนครับว่างานนี้นะครับเราจัดขึ้นเนี่ย2 วันเต็มๆครับเมื่อวานนี้เป็นวันแรกนะครับแล้วก็วันนี้เป็นวันที่ 2 แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยท่านใดที่กำลังดูไลฟ์ของเราอยู่ยังสามารถมาร่วมงานได้ทันนะฮะงานนี้เราจัดการจนถึงช่วงเวลาประมาณ 16:30 นาทีของวันนี้นะครับเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าสะดวกสามารถแวะมาที่งานของเราได้นะฮะซึ่งอยากจะบอกแบบนี้ครับว่างานนี้นะฮะโอ้โหยิ่งใหญ่มากๆด้านในที่อยู่ด้านหลังของผมตอนนี้นะครับจะเป็น Net Zero City ครับเป็นเมืองแห่งอนาคตเดี๋ยวผมจะพาทุกคนไปชมกันนะครับว่าในเมืองแห่งอนาคตครับที่สามารถเกิดขึ้นได้จริงนั้นจะเป็นอย่างไรบ้างนะฮะต้องบอกว่าตอนนี้เนี่ยเรื่องของภาวะโลกร้อนหรือว่าจะเป็นก๊าซคาร์บอนต่างๆก๊าซเรือนกระจกนะครับที่มีการปล่อยออกมาอยู่เรื่อยๆเนี่ยทุกคนครับเพิกเฉยไม่ได้แล้วนะฮะนี่คือหน้าที่แล้วก็เป็นสิ่งสำคัญของพวกเราทุกคนไม่ใช่ฝ่ายใดฝ่ายหนึ่งนะครับเราต้องลงมือ take action ตั้งแต่วันนี้เริ่มต้นกันได้เลยนะฮะเพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้ครับเดี๋ยวผมจะพาทุกคนเข้าไปชมด้านในกันนะครับว่า Net Zero City นั้นเมืองแห่งอนาคตจะเป็นอย่างไรตามอาร์ตมาได้เลยนะครับโอ้โหยิ่งใหญ่อลังการมากๆเลยนะฮะโดยสำหรับงานนี้นะครับก็จัดขึ้นในรูปแบบของ Carbon Neutral Event ด้วยนะครับโดยเป็นการจัดกิจกรรมเพื่อลดปัญหาภาวะโลกร้อนครับในรูปแบบชดเชยคาร์บอนสุทธิเป็นศูนย์นั่นเองครับเอาละฮะตอนนี้อาร์ตเข้ามาด้านในแล้วนะฮะสำหรับ Net Zero City นะฮะเมืองแห่งอนาคตครับซึ่งนี่เลยเมื่อทุกคนเข้ามาด้านในนี้นะครับจะได้พบกับนี่ครับ Welcome to Net Zero City ต้อนรับทุกคนนะฮะด้วยจอ 3D LED ขนาดยักษ์ครับอลังการสุดๆเลยนะครับโดยจะเป็นรูปแบบ 3D ครับเสมือนจริงแล้วก็ที่สำคัญเนี่ยคุณจะได้เห็นนะฮะว่านี่คือสิ่งที่ GC ครับเขากำลังมีการสร้างนวัตกรรมหรือว่าเทคโนโลยีต่างๆให้สอดรับกับ5เมกะเทรนด์ที่จะเกิดขึ้นในโลกแห่งอนาคตด้วยนะครับโอ้โหยิ่งใหญ่มากนี่ความกว้างกว่า15 เมตรนะแล้วก็สูงถึง6 เมตรด้วยกันฮะแล้วดูภาพฮะไม่แน่ใจว่าตอนนี้ทุกคนที่ดูไลฟ์ของเราอยู่ผ่านหน้าจอเนี่ยเห็นเหมือนอาร์ตหรือเปล่าคือเสมือนจริงมากเมื่อสักครู่มีน้องกวางนี่เหมือนจะพุ่งออกมาจากจอเลยนะแล้วก็นี่เลยฮะเราจะได้เห็นนะครับว่าจะมีอะไรเกิดขึ้นบ้างที่เป็นนวัตกรรมแล้วก็เทคโนโลยีแห่งความยั่งยืนที่จะมาสอดรับกับ5เมกะเทรนด์ด้วยนะครับยิ่งใหญ่มากบอกเลยนะครับแล้วก็สวยงามมากๆด้วยนะฮะนี่จุดนี้นะอยากจะบอกว่าใครที่มาแล้วนะฮะสามารถมาถ่ายรูปเช็คอินก็ได้นะครับเป็นอีก1จุดที่ไม่ควรพลาดเลยนะครับนี่อยากให้มาเห็นด้วยสายตาของทุกคนเองมันยิ่งใหญ่จริงๆแล้วสวยมากครับนี่ครับโอ้โหดูฮะโอ้โหตาการตานี่จริงๆเขามีจุดด้วยนะเขามีจุดให้เราไปยืนแล้วก็นี่เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตนะฮะเดี๋ยวเราพาเดี๋ยวนี่จุดรับชม 3D ครับเรายืนตรงนี้ครับนี่แล้วก็มองไปปุ๊บเนี่ยจะเห็นเลยความอลังการของจอ 3D LED ของเรานะฮะยิ่งใหญ่จริงโอ้โหสวยงามไหมอย่าลืมแวะมาได้ Royal Paragon Hall ชั้น 5 นะครับวันนี้วันสุดท้ายแล้วด้วยนะครับนี่เป็นไงครับนี่เลยครับโอ้โหสุดยอดเนาะดีมากจริงๆนะฮะเอาเป็นว่าใครสนใจอย่าลืมแวะมาได้ที่นี่นะฮะวันนี้กิจกรรมของเราเนี่ยถึงแม้จะเป็นวันสุดท้ายนะครับแต่ในงานนี้ครับเราจะมีเป็นภารกิจให้กับทุกท่านได้มาร่วมสนุกนะฮะแล้วก็ทำกิจกรรมต่างๆ แน่นอนถ้าคุณสามารถทำภารกิจได้สำเร็จนะคุณจะได้ของรางวัลจากทาง GC ไปด้วยซึ่งจะเป็นอะไรขออนุญาตอุบไว้ก่อนแล้วกันเนาะแต่ไม่ได้มีแค่ของรางวัลนะฮะยังมีทั้งเครื่องดื่มเมนูสำหรับคนรักสุขภาพที่คุณสามารถทำภารกิจเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยไปแลกรับกันได้เลยนะฮะและหนึ่งในภารกิจนั้นฮะนี่ครับด้านนี้ Bite for Net Zero นะครับนี่โอ้โหเป็นหนึ่งโซนนะฮะที่หลายคนเนี่ยให้ความสนใจเยอะมากๆเลยนะฮะโดยโซนนี้ครับเราจะเชิญชวนให้ทุกคนครับมาร่วมปั่นจักรยานปกติเนี่ยเราก็ปั่นจักรยานเป็นการออกกำลังกายใช่ไหมแต่ว่าครั้งนี้การปั่นจักรยานของเราครับจะไม่ได้แค่การออกกำลังกายอย่างเดียวแต่ว่าจะเป็นการช่วยลดก๊าซคาร์บอนให้เหลือศูนย์ครับนี่เลยอย่างที่บอกฮะ Together to Net Zero นะครับเราศูนย์นั้นไม่ใช่แค่เป้าหมายแต่ว่าเป็นเส้นชัยนั่นเองนะครับนี่และนี่คือหนึ่งในภารกิจที่เมื่อคุณมาปฏิบัติตรงนี้แล้วนะคุณก็จะได้ผ่านมิชชั่นคอมพลีท1อย่างแล้วก็เก็บเพิ่มอีก3โซนก็จะครบทั้ง4โซนนั่นเองนะครับนี่เลยครับมาปั่นกันได้แล้วก็ก๊าซคาร์บอนก็จะลดเหลือ0ด้วยนะฮะโอ้โหยอดเยี่ยมไปเลยอย่าลืมแวะมาที่โซนนี้นะฮะไปกันต่อนะครับเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปชมสำหรับโซนต่อไปกันต่อเลยนะฮะนี่ครับเราพามาดูตรงนี้กันบ้างดีกว่านะครับนี่คือ Net Zero Living นะฮะในนี้ครับที่เป็นเมืองแห่งอนาคตเนี่ยเราจะมีการจำลองนะครับอย่างโซนนี้ก็จะเป็นที่พักอาศัยครับซึ่งจะเป็นที่พักอาศัยที่เดี๋ยวเราจะได้เห็นกันนะครับว่าเขามีการใช้เรื่องของวัสดุทดแทนการนำรีไซเคิลหรือว่าจะเป็นอัพไซเคิลนะครับมาใช้ให้เกิดเป็นข้าวของเครื่องใช้ต่างๆแล้วก็ลดมลภาวะลดมลพิษต่างๆได้อีกด้วยเดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่ามีอะไรบ้างนะฮะเดินตรงมาเลยฮะตามมาได้เลยนะครับนี่ขออนุญาตนะครับมาแล้วฮะนี่เลยครับ Net Zero Living ของเรานะฮะอยากให้ชมอยากให้ดูมากๆเขาจำลองมานะครับเหมือนกับเป็นบ้านของเราครับเป็นที่พักอาศัยที่จะมีทั้งโต๊ะนะฮะเก้าอี้หรือว่าจะเป็นอุปกรณ์ต่างๆนะฮะเฟอร์นิเจอร์ที่อยู่ในห้องนี้ครับเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปดูกันว่ามีอะไรบ้างที่เป็นการนำวัสดุนะครับมารีไซเคิลหรือว่าอัพไซคลิงให้เกิดมูลค่าเพิ่มแล้วก็เป็นสิ่งที่เราสามารถนำมาใช้ได้จริงด้วยนะนี่เลยฮะโอ้โหดูฮะนี่ยกตัวอย่างเช่นด้านนี้นี่จะบอกว่าเก้าอี้ตัวนี้นะฮะเก้าอี้ตัวนี้เนี่ยโอ้โหดูนุ่มมากนะนี่ผมขออนุญาตนั่งให้ดูเลยเฮ้ยคือมันเหมือนโซฟาที่เรานั่งอยู่ที่บ้านเลยอะแต่จะบอกว่าเนี่ยเป็นวัสดุที่เขามีการนำมารีไซเคิลนะครับนำมาทำให้เกิดการขึ้นรูปลักษณะของเก้าอี้ของที่นั่งแบบนี้แล้วก็มีการลดขยะด้วยโอ้โหดีมากจริงๆนี่เลยครับเราคิดเพื่อตอบทุกองศาการใช้ชีวิตในวันนี้และอนาคตของคุณด้วยนี่เลยครับหรือว่าจะเป็นเก้าอี้สำหรับนั่งรับประทานอาหารนะครับก็เป็นการอัพไซเคิลขึ้นมานะฮะดูครับเป็นวัสดุที่เราแบบเฮ้ยไม่น่าเชื่อแต่ด้วยกระบวนการครับเราสามารถทำได้ฮะนี่คือสิ่งที่เราทุกๆคนสามารถทำได้นะเนี่ยแล้วเราหันมาสนใจกับเรื่องพวกนี้ครับที่เป็นสิ่งที่อยู่รอบตัวของเราครับเริ่มจากบ้านของเราก่อนเลยสิ่งที่อยู่ใกล้ตัวแบบนี้เนี่ยเรามาใช้วัสดุที่เป็นการทดแทนแบบนี้หรือว่ารีไซเคิลหรือว่าเป็นวัสดุที่มีการอัพไซเคิลขึ้นมาแบบนี้เนี่ยก็จะดีต่อโลกใบนี้มากๆเลยนะครับอันนี้เราจำลองเป็น living room นะครับเป็นห้องนั่งเล่นนะครับมีโต๊ะรับประทานอาหารแบบนี้เดี๋ยวเราเข้าไปดูห้องนอนกันต่อด้านนี้ครับนี่มาดูห้องนอนกันบ้างโอ้โหห้องนอนอันนี้นะครับที่เราเห็นอยู่นะฮะนี่เลยครับเขามีการไปคอลแลบนะครับกับดีไซเนอร์ที่เป็นแบรนด์ดังด้วยนะครับนี่ยกตัวอย่างเช่นที่นอนนะครับที่นอนนี้นะครับแล้วก็หมอนด้วยนะครับจะทำมาจากเนื้อโฟมชนิดพิเศษครับเรียกว่า Memory Foam นะครับให้ความยืดหยุ่นสูงแน่นและก็นุ่มครับสามารถปรับให้เข้ากับสรีระของผู้นอนลดแรงกดทับระหว่างที่นอนกับผู้นอนให้คุณสัมผัสการพักผ่อนได้อย่างแท้จริงนะโอ้โหแล้วไม่น่าเชื่อนะว่าเนี่ยออกแบบมาดีมากโอ้โหสัมผัสนุ่มจริงนะครับรองรับสรีระของผู้ใช้งานได้อย่างดีเยี่ยมเลยคือไม่ต่างเลยอ่ะคือไม่ต่างเลยจริงๆนะครับแล้วนี่ครับผมอยากให้ดูอีกหนึ่งอย่างครับนี่เลยสวยมากนะครับนี่คือเป็นพรมนะฮะเป็นพรมแฟชั่นครับโอ้โหสุดเก๋เลยเขามีการไปคอลแลบกับแบรนด์ปอมชานะซึ่งเป็นดีไซเนอร์ชื่อดังนะครับออกแบบมาครับเป็นไงสวยงามเนาะเจ๋งมากอ่ะเจ๋งมากๆเลยครับโอ้โหสุดยอด นี่แหละครับสิ่งที่อยู่รอบตัวของเรานะครับหรือว่าสิ่งที่อยู่ภายในบ้านเนี่ยมีหลายๆอย่างเลยครับที่เราปรับเปลี่ยนได้ให้เป็นวัสดุที่นะฮะเกิดจากการรีไซเคิลหรือว่าอัพไซเคิลมาแล้วเนี่ยแล้วก็นำมาใช้ครับก็จะทำให้ลดในเรื่องของก๊าซคาร์บอนหรือว่าก๊าซเรือนกระจกต่างๆได้อีกเพียบเลยนะฮะแล้วก็ตรงนี้ครับก็จะมีเป็นข้อมูลต่างๆนะครับให้กับทุกคนสามารถมาอ่านเป็นความรู้กันได้เลยแล้วคุณจะได้ไอเดียดีๆอีกมากมายเอาไปปรับเปลี่ยนเรื่องของพฤติกรรมการใช้ชีวิตของพวกเราทุกคนได้หมดเลยนะครับสุดยอดต้องมานะวันนี้วันสุดท้ายนะอย่าลืมแวะมานะครับวันนี้วันสุดท้ายนะครับที่นี่ครับ Royal Paragon Hall นะครับอันนี้เป็นแค่ตัวอย่างบางส่วนเท่านั้นนะฮะทุกคนจริงๆเนี่ยยังมีอีกเยอะมากๆยังมีอีกเยอะมากๆเลยนะฮะเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปดูกันเพิ่มเติมนะครับทางด้านนี้มีที่เป็นรถยนต์ก็มีด้วยนะครับแล้วก็เรือซึ่งทำมาจากพลาสติกฮะไม่เชื่อใช่ไหมฮะเดี๋ยวจะมีโอกาสพาไปดูแต่ว่าตอนนี้เดี๋ยวผมพามาอีก1โซนก่อนด้านนี้เราจะมีเกมครับเป็นกิจกรรมตอบคำถามง่ายๆหลังจากที่เราเข้าไปชมนะฮะใน GC Net Zero Living เสร็จเรียบร้อยนะครับเราก็มาร่วมสนุกในการตอบคำถามเขาบอกกติกาง่ายมากเลยฮะนั่นคือตอบให้ถูก3ข้อครับถ้าคุณตอบถูก3ข้อนี่ถือว่าภารกิจ complete ง่ายไหมง่ายมากเลยเนาะและอันนี้จะเป็นภารกิจที่2ต่อจากปั่นจักรยานเมื่อสักครู่แล้วคุณก็มาร่วมกิจกรรมนี้ต่อได้เลยเท่ากับเก็บได้ครบ2สเตชันหรือว่า2โซนเรียบร้อยแล้วง่ายมากลองดูตัวอย่างไหมดูตัวอย่างไหมนี่ฮะตอบให้ถูกครบทั้ง3ข้อเราก็จะมาแล้วฮะเราควรเลือกใช้ยานพาหนะไหนเพื่อช่วยโลกลดก๊าซเรือนกระจกฮะข้อไหนครับจักรยานไหมนี่เลยเขามีเวลาด้วยนะมีเวลาด้วยนะฮะจักรยาน 3D มีคุณสมบัติน้ำหนักเบาแข็งแรงทำจากวัสดุประเภทใดครับนี่จุดรับขยะแบบใดสามารถนำพลาสติกใช้แล้วกลับมาใช้ใหม่ได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพและช่วยลดก๊าซเรือนกระจกนี่โอ้โหผมตอบไม่ทันครับโอ้โหจริงๆมันง่ายมากเลยนะแต่ผมตอบไม่ทันขอใหม่ด้วยถ้าตอบถูกครบ3ข้อก็ถือว่าภารกิจ complete เลยนะฮะนี่ง่ายมากอย่าลืมแวะมาร่วมสนุกกิจกรรมนี้ได้นะฮะนี่ผมอยากให้ไปดูด้านนี้ได้ไหมนิดหนึ่งเรืออยากให้มาดูฮะเรือของเราครับนี่โอ้โหอยากจะบอกนะฮะว่าเรือคันนี้เรือลำนี้ครับเป็นเรือคายักไร้รอยต่อนะครับซึ่งเขาบอกว่าผ่านกระบวนการขึ้นรูปแบบ rotational molding ครับผลิตจากเม็ดพลาสติก LLDPE compound revolve นะครับน้ำหนักจะเบามากครับแต่ว่ารองรับการกระแทกได้เป็นอย่างดีเลยแล้วก็ทรงตัวง่ายตอบโจทย์กีฬา outdoor ด้วยคือปกติเนี่ยเราจะเล่นกีฬาเรือคายักนี่ก็จะเป็นพลาสติกใช่ไหมแต่นี่ฮะเขามีโปรเซสของเขานะแล้วก็ทำออกมานี่ครับขึ้นรูปแบบนี้ใช้งานได้จริงด้วยโอ้โหเจ๋งไหมสุดยอดไปเลยอ่ะดีมากเลยนะครับแล้วก็ด้านนู้นมีรถด้วยนะฮะเดี๋ยวจะพาไปดูชอบมากจะบอกว่าชอบมากรถคันนี้เก๋เอาแค่ดีไซน์ก่อนดีไซน์ก็เก๋มากๆแล้วนะครับแล้วความพิเศษฮะของรถคันนี้ก็คือเป็นรถยนต์ครับที่มีพลาสติกเป็นส่วนประกอบมากกว่า 1,000 ชิ้นไม่น่าเชื่อนะฮะว่ารถคันนี้เนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะนำพลาสติกนะครับมาเป็นส่วนประกอบแล้วทำให้เกิดขึ้นเป็นรถคันนี้ได้อะเฮ้ยเจ๋งมากจริงๆนี่คือแล้วการสัมผัสนี่คือแบบเฮ้ยมันมีความแข็งแรงอะแล้วผมว่าใช้งานได้จริงเลยอะใช้งานได้จริงแน่ๆนี่โอ้โหขออนุญาตเปิดเข้าไปดูด้านในฮะอันนี้จะเป็นสำหรับคนขับ1ที่นั่งแต่ว่าด้านหลังเนี่ยเขามีที่นั่งให้กับผู้โดยสารท่านอื่นด้วยนะดีมากฮะดูครับโอ้โหแล้วมันปิดสนิทพอดีเลยนะแล้วก็ด้านนี้จะเป็น EV Charger ซึ่งตัวนี้ครับก็อยากจะบอกว่าเขามีการนำพลาสติกนี่แหละนะครับมา upcycle แล้วก็ผลิตขึ้นมาเป็นตัวกรอบหรือว่าตัวเคสของที่ชาร์จ EV Charger ภายในบ้านด้วยนะฮะนี่ครับไอเดียเหล่านี้นะฮะเราสามารถนำมาต่อยอดได้เห็นไหมครับว่าขวดพลาสติกต่างๆที่เราคิดว่าเป็นขยะแล้วเนี่ยจริงๆถ้าเรามีวิธีการเรามีไอเดียที่ดีเราสามารถนำมาต่อยอดหรือว่าสร้างเป็นสิ่งต่างๆแล้วก็มีประโยชน์ด้วยนะครับสุดยอดเลยครับโอ้เจ๋งมากชอบมากคันนี้นี่คืออีก1โซนนะครับที่ห้ามพลาดเลยนะครับใครที่มาในงานของเราอย่าลืมแวะมาที่โซนนี้กันนะครับไปต่อกันนะฮะโซนถัดมานะครับนี่เลยผมได้กลิ่นอะไรหอมๆ ได้กลิ่นอะไรหอมๆนะฮะเราจะพามาที่ GC Net Zero Farm and Cafe นะฮะเดี๋ยวขออนุญาตเดินอ้อมมาด้านนี้นิดนึงครับนี่ว้าวก่อนเข้าไปทุกคนคุณสามารถแวะถ่ายรูปได้นะเรามีเป็น Snap to Net Zero ด้วยนะฮะเมื่อวานนี้อยากจะบอกแอบถ่ายมาแล้วครับโอ้โหดีมากเลยนะครับเป็นแบบ4 Action เนาะแล้วก็เขามีการปริ้นภาพให้ด้วยหรือว่าจะเป็นแบบซอฟต์ไฟล์เราสามารถดาวน์โหลดแล้วก็ไปแชร์ต่อในโซเชียลมีเดียของเราได้หมดเลยนี่อย่าลืมแวะมาถ่ายรูปกันก่อนได้เก๋มากเจ๋งมากๆเลยจริงๆนะครับอ่ะถ่ายรูปเสร็จเรียบร้อยครับรออะไรนะฮะเข้าไปดีกว่านะครับ GC Net Zero Farm and Cafe นะครับมาเลยนี่สวัสดีครับนี่อะไรฮะที่เขียนอยู่นี่เราเรียกว่าบาริสต้าเนาะจะบอกว่าจริงๆก็ใช่นะแล้วก็มีทั้งที่แบบเป็นน้องๆนักศึกษาอยู่ด้วยรวมไปถึงอาจารย์ก็มาด้วยเช่นเดียวกันใช่ไหมฮะเราอยู่กับที่นี่ครับซึ่งเป็นหนึ่งแบรนด์กับควินินคาเฟ่นะครับวันนี้เขาจะมีเสิร์ฟเป็นเครื่องดื่มแล้วก็เมนูอาหารสำหรับคนรักสุขภาพซึ่งอย่างที่บอกไปว่าวันนี้ถ้าใครที่ทำภารกิจครบทั้ง4โซนสามารถมาแลกรับได้ใช่ไหมฮะนี่เลยฮะเครื่องดื่มก็มี3สหายคลายร้อนหรือจะเป็นไอซ์คอฟฟี่นะครับนี่ไทยไอซ์ทีก็มีนะฮะหรือจะเป็นไอซ์มัทฉะก็มีเช่นเดียวกันนะครับแล้วก็จะเป็นเมนูอาหารเนี่ยจะมียำสารพันผักนะฮะแล้วก็มีปอเปี๊ยะด้วยโอ้โหน่าทานหมดเลยอ่ะและทั้งหมดที่ผมพูดไปเมื่อสักครู่นะเป็น plant based ทั้งหมดเลยโอ้โหดีมากหิวเลยฮะขอเลยได้ไหมฮะไม่ได้นะครับเดี๋ยวผมต้องไปเล่นเกมมาก่อนนะครับนี่อยากจะบอกแบบนี้ฮะทุกท่านครับน้องๆนักศึกษาที่เห็นอยู่นะครับเป็นน้องๆจากวิทยาลัยเทคนิคนิคมอุตสาหกรรมระยองด้วยซึ่งที่นี่เขาเป็นเหมือนกับศูนย์การเรียนรู้นะครับนอกตำราเพราะว่าน้องๆทุกคนเนี่ยจะได้ฝึกในเรื่องของการเป็นบาริสต้าแล้วก็การเป็นเชฟด้วยนะครับซึ่งให้น้องๆได้ฝึกงานจริงๆเป็นแบบภาคปฏิบัติเลยออกงานจริงๆแบบนี้เลยนะแล้วก็ให้เขาได้เสริมทักษะฝึกทักษะในอาชีพที่เขาสนใจหรือว่าอยากจะเป็นด้วยโหดีมากๆเอางี้ได้ไหมเดี๋ยวอยากพูดคุยกับอาจารย์สักหนึ่งท่านได้ไหมฮะตัวแทน1คนด้านนี้มาเลยฮะนี่สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
แนะนำตัวนิดนึงครับอาจารย์ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อครูต้านะครับเป็นครูสอนอาชีพระยะสั้นบาริสต้าครับ
ว้าวอาจารย์ครูต้าเหรอฮะ
ใช่ครับ
โอ้โหชื่อยังเก๋เลยเนาะ นี่อาจารย์ครูต้าครับนิดนึงนะครับควินินนะฮะเขาสอนหรือว่าให้อะไรกับน้องๆนักศึกษาบ้างครับ
ให้ประสบการณ์ให้การทำงานด้วยครับแล้วก็ได้การเรียนรู้กับการบูรณาการในการเรียนไปด้วยใช่ครับได้ลงชีวิตจริงเลยน้องจะได้ประสบการณ์จริงๆแล้วก็มีเงินเดือนได้
มีเงินเดือนด้วย
ใช่ครับถึงจะน้องจะไม่ได้เยอะแต่คือน้องเน้นเรื่องประสบการณ์มากกว่าเพื่อไปต่อยอดอนาคตของเขา
นี่นะฮะซึ่งตอนนี้นะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเชฟหรือว่าจะเป็นบาริสต้าเนี่ยถือว่าเป็นอาชีพที่มีหลายคนสนใจเยอะมาก
ใช่ครับตอนนี้ก็มีหลายที่ที่มาขอรับสมัครแล้วก็ได้สอนไปแล้วทั้งหมด11 รุ่น 12 รุ่นแล้วค่ะ
โอ้โห
ใช่ครับตอนนี้กำลังเปิดรับสมัครอยู่อีกรุ่นที่13
นี่นะฮะถ้าสนใจนี่ยังไงฮะ
สนใจเข้าไปที่เพจควินินคาเฟ่หรือว่าติดต่อไปที่เพจวิทยาลัยเทคนิคนิคมอุตสาหกรรมได้เลยฮะ
ครับผมโอ้โหขอบคุณอาจารย์ครูต้าด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากนะครับ
สวัสดีครับ
ใครสนใจก็อย่าลืมติดต่อไปตามช่องทางที่อาจารย์บอกเมื่อสักครู่นี้เลยนะฮะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญอย่าลืมนะใครที่ทำกิจกรรมครบทั้ง4โซนกับภารกิจของเราครบเรียบร้อยนี่อย่าลืมมารับนะฮะจะเป็นอาหารหรือว่าเครื่องดื่มได้มาลองชิมฝีมือของน้องๆกันดีกว่าว่าจะเป็นยังไงกันบ้างอันนี้ชงเองได้ไหมชงเองเลยเนาะสุดยอดอย่าลืมเนาะแวะมาได้นะฮะที่นี่ขอบคุณมากนะครับมาต่อกันนะฮะสำหรับฟาร์มเหมือนคาเฟ่ยังไม่จบเพียงเท่านี้นะฮะเรามีด้านนี้ครับนี่ใครชอบปลูกผักในห้ามพลาดนี่เลยที่นี่เป็นสวนผักนะฮะแล้วก็ยังรวมไปถึงเขามีเรื่องของนวัตกรรมแล้วก็เทคโนโลยีนะครับที่จะนำมาใช้ในการที่เราเนี่ยทำการเกษตรเนาะปลูกผักต่างๆหรือจะเป็นผลไม้ให้ได้คุณภาพมีประโยชน์แล้วก็ปลอดสารพิษต่างๆด้วยนะครับโดยจะมีการจำลองการปลูกผักผลไม้ที่ปลอดภัยครับด้วยนี่เลยฮะการใช้ฟิล์มถุงเพาะถุงปลูกแล้วก็การใช้ปุ๋ยนะครับที่ได้จากเครื่องย่อยอาหารผลิตภัณฑ์ในอุตสาหกรรมเกษตรของทาง GC แล้วก็พันธมิตรนะฮะอย่างการใช้นวัตกรรมและก็เทคโนโลยี Smart Farming เพื่อช่วยพืชเจริญงอกงามแล้วก็ต่อยอดการเกษตรให้ยั่งยืนขึ้นด้วยนะครับโอ้โหนี่เลยเห็นไหมดีมากเลยอ่ะเฮ้ยเราสามารถเป็น Smart Farming ได้นะจริงๆ เนี่ยถ้าบ้านไหนหรือว่าบ้านของใครแบบมีพื้นที่นะครับลองดูแล้วคุณจะได้แบบทานผักทานผลไม้ที่มีคุณภาพเนาะแล้วก็ไม่มีสารเคมีใดๆทั้งสิ้นด้วยและที่สำคัญเนี่ยการที่เราปรับเปลี่ยนให้เป็นลักษณะของสมาร์ทฟาร์มิงเนี่ยเราสามารถควบคุมกับเรื่องของสภาพแวดล้อมต่างๆได้ผลผลิตก็จะดีมากยิ่งขึ้นด้วยนี่เขามีปุ๋ยอินทรีย์ตราใบจากด้วยนะครับซึ่งเป็นผลิตจากเศษอาหารเศษผักเปลือกผลไม้กิ่งไม้ใบไม้ที่ปลอดสารพิษแล้วก็เป็นมิตรกับสิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยเห็นไหมฮะจากเศษอาหารที่เราทุกคนคิดว่ามันเป็นขยะไปแล้วอะแต่ว่าเราสามารถนำมาทำให้เป็นปุ๋ยอินทรีย์แบบนี้แล้วเอาไปปลูกผักปลูกผลไม้ได้ต่ออีกโอ้โหมันดีมากอะมันดีมากจริงๆนะฮะนี่เลยครับเราก็เลยจำลองสวนผักให้ทุกคนได้ชมกันนี่อยากให้ดูด้านนี้ด้วยนี่ครับด้านนี้จะเป็น Greenhouse ฟิล์มนะครับฟิล์มคุมโรงเรือนครับเพิ่มการกระจายแสงในโรงเรือนครับแล้วก็ลดการผ่านของแสงความร้อนนะครับควบคุมอุณหภูมิภายในโรงเรือนให้คงที่ทำให้พืชได้รับแสงที่มีความเท่าเทียมกันแล้วก็ลดปัญหาการไหม้ของใบและดอกได้ดีก็จะได้รับผลผลิตที่มีคุณภาพมากยิ่งขึ้นนั่นเองนะครับโอ้โหดีมากครับดีมากบอกเลยอย่าลืมนะฮะตอนนี้ใครที่ดูไลฟ์ของเราอยู่นะครับวันนี้วันสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับเชิญชวนเลยครับมาร่วมงานกันได้ครับเราอยู่ที่ Royal Paragon Hall ชั้น 5 นะครับจนถึง 4 โมงครึ่งนะฮะเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปดูโซนต่อไปนะครับตรงนี้ผ่านถุงบรรจุภัณฑ์ด้วยควบคุมการผ่านของก๊าซและไอน้ำทำให้ผักและผลไม้ที่อยู่ในถุงเนี่ยมีความสดใหม่ได้นานยิ่งขึ้นด้วยนะครับนี่เห็นไหมเอามาใส่สลัดแบบนี้ได้นะครับหรือว่าจะเป็นผักประเภทต่างๆนะครับแล้วก็นำมาใส่ถุงบรรจุภัณฑ์แบบนี้ก็เหมือนกับเป็นการยืดอายุนะฮะให้เขาเนี่ยมีความสดใหม่อยู่ตลอดเลยนะครับเจ๋งมากนี่แหละครับมันมีหลายไอเดียมากๆเลยทุกคนนะครับที่เราสามารถที่จะนำไปใช้ในชีวิตประจำวันของพวกเราได้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราไปกันต่อนะครับไปดูโซนต่อไปกันเลยนะครับว่าจะเป็นอย่างไรบ้างนะครับโซนต่อไปนะครับด้านนี้ครับ Net Zero Park นะฮะเดี๋ยวเราพามาดูกันด้านนี้จะเป็นการจำลองสวนสาธารณะแห่งโลกอนาคตนะครับมาดูว่าเป็นยังไงบ้างโอ้โหคือมองไปปุ๊บนี่สบายตามากๆเลยเนาะแล้วก็นี่มีนะครับเป็นม้านั่งเป็นเก้าอี้ต่างๆนะครับที่จะบอกว่าเขามีรายละเอียดด้วยนะเดี๋ยวเราพาไปดูกันนะฮะนี่อย่างเช่นด้านนี้ฮะเดินเข้ามาเลยนะฮะนี่ครับเป็นที่พักผ่อนหย่อนใจมีน้องๆมานั่งรับประทานไอศครีมด้วยโอ้โหเห็นไหมคือดีมากเลยวันนี้ใครมาเดินในงานแล้วเนี่ยอยากจะมาพักผ่อนอยากจะมานั่งพักนะฮะก็เชิญที่นี่ได้นะครับอย่างเช่นนี่ทุกคนดูนี่ฮะโอ้โหเก้าอี้ช้างแอนด์เฟรนด์ครับนี่ต้องบอกว่าเก้าอี้2ตัวนี้นะครับเป็นการนำพลาสติกเหลือใช้ครับมาเข้าสู่กระบวนการหมุนเวียนครับแล้วก็นำกลับมาสร้างคุณค่าให้กับผลิตภัณฑ์ใหม่นะครับหรือที่เรียกว่า upcycling นั่นเองซึ่งขึ้นรูปแบบเป็นโรโตโมดิ้งสวยงามแล้วก็มีความคงทนด้วยเฮ้ยคือพลาสติกนะแต่เดี๋ยวอาร์ตจะลองนั่งดูนี่จะได้เห็นว่าใช้งานได้จริงเฮ้ยสบายเลยคือตอนนั่งเนี่ยอาร์ตไม่ได้รู้สึกว่าเขายุบเลยนะนี่ผมหนักประมาณเกือบ65 กิโลกรัมเฮ้ยสบายเลยเฮ้ยดีเลยฮะสวยด้วยแล้วก็ฟังก์ชันการใช้งานนี่คือตอบโจทย์เลยเยี่ยมนี่อยากให้ทุกคนได้มาลองดูมาลองนั่งกันดูได้นะครับแล้วก็ด้านนี้ก็น่าสนใจฮะนี่คือตาข่ายไบโอพลาสติกนะครับซึ่งเป็นตาข่ายผลิตจากไบโอพลาสติกสำหรับปลูกหญ้าทำสนามครับสามารถสลายตัวตามธรรมชาติแล้วก็ไม่ก่อให้เกิดมลภาวะในดินด้วยเป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมรวมถึงนะครับยังประยุกต์ใช้ได้กับงานด้านโยธาสิ่งแวดล้อมครับเพื่อปรับโครงสร้างดินตลอดจนการบรรจุผักและผลไม้เพื่อการขนส่งและจัดจำหน่ายด้วยนะครับโอ้โหนี่ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งวิธีอีกหนึ่งไอเดียที่น่าสนใจมากๆเลยนะฮะเนี่ยเราสามารถมาเรียนรู้นะครับไปพร้อมๆกันครับแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนนะครับการใช้งานต่างๆแบบนี้ก็จะเป็นการแอคชั่นที่สามารถช่วยลดนะฮะเรื่องของก๊าซคาร์บอนหรือว่าจะเป็นภาวะโลกร้อนได้อย่างแน่นอนเลยนะครับแต่ว่าเราต้องทำกันอย่างจริงจังแล้วก็ต่อเนื่องด้วยนะฮะโอ้โหชอบที่นี่จังเลยNet Zero Park นี่ใครที่มาที่งานแล้วเดินชมให้ครบและถ้า รู้สึกว่าโอ้อยากนั่งพักเนี่ยเชิญที่นี่ได้เลยดีมากเอาล่ะไปกันต่อนะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะพาไปอีกหนึ่งจุดซึ่งจุดนี้ถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งไฮไลท์เหมือนกันและทุกคนต้องมาที่นี่นะเพราะว่าที่นี่ครับคือ Vertical Garden Tunnel นะครับนี่เป็นอุโมงค์ครับที่เราทุกๆคนครับสามารถร่วมกันสร้างพลังงานสะอาดได้เขาบอกว่าพอเราเดินเข้าไปนะฮะทุกก้าวของเราครับเหมือนเป็นการจำลองว่าทุกก้าวในการเดินของเราเนี่ยเราจะสามารถสร้างพลังงานแล้วก็เป็นพลังงานสะอาดที่สามารถนำไปใช้ได้นี่เดี๋ยวผมเดินให้ดูนะฮะสวยมากนะนี่ครับฮึบนี่ฮะเห็นไหมไฟก็ติดขึ้นมาเลยครับโอ้โหเนี่ยไฟติดขึ้นมาเลยทุกการเดินของเราครับสามารถสร้างพลังงานได้นะแล้วก็เป็นพลังงานสะอาดด้วยโอ้โหสุดยอดนี่โอ้โหนี่ทีมงานผมเดินมาด้วยนี่ก็ไฟก็ติดขึ้นมาทันทีเลยนะฮะเจ๋งเนาะนี่แล้วก็สำหรับโซนนี้จะเป็นอีกหนึ่งภารกิจด้วยนะครับใครที่เดินผ่านเสร็จเรียบร้อยเราได้ร่วมกันสร้างพลังงานสะอาดแล้วเนี่ยก็ถือว่ามิชชั่นคอมพลีทนะฮะโอ้เจ๋งมากว้าว Vertical Garden Tunnel นะฮะไปกันต่อนะครับหลังจากเดินผ่านอุโมงค์มาเสร็จเรียบร้อยครับนี่เดี๋ยวผมพามาดูด้านนี้นิดนึงครับปึ๊บมาแล้วฮะด้านนี้ทุกคนตามมาเลยครับนี่ด้านนี้ครับเราจะได้มาพบกับ U-turn นะครับซึ่งนี่คือแพลตฟอร์มการจัดการพลาสติกอย่างยั่งยืนนะครับเพื่อให้เกิดการหมุนเวียนทรัพยากรสูงสุดอย่างเป็นระบบผ่านการแปรรูปสู่ผลิตภัณฑ์คาร์บอนต่ำเป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมครับซึ่งตัวนี้ก็จะมีเป็นเหมือนกับบอร์ดความรู้ให้กับทุกคนได้เห็นนะครับว่า process หรือว่าวิธีการต่างๆเนี่ยที่เขานำพลาสติกเหลือใช้นะครับมาทำการผ่านกระบวนการต่างๆแล้วก็กลายมาเป็นตัว Product หรือเป็นสิ่งต่างๆที่เกิดขึ้นได้เป็นการสร้างมูลค่าเพิ่มเนี่ยเขามีขั้นตอนอย่างไรบ้างนี่ฮะนี่เลยจุดรับพลาสติกใช้แล้วนะครับแบบนี้แล้วก็ผ่านขั้นตอนต่างๆนะครับนี่จากนั้นครับไปที่โรงงานรีไซเคิลหรือกระบวนการอัพไซเคิลอย่างถ้าโรงงานรีไซเคิลเนี่ยก็จะกลายเป็นเมสพลาสติกรีไซเคิลแบบนี้เลยที่เรานำไปใช้นะครับสร้างมาเป็นพวกขวดน้ำต่างๆนะครับหรือถ้าผ่านกระบวนการอัพไซเคิลครับก็จะกลายเป็นผลิตภัณฑ์อัพไซเคิลที่เราเห็นอยู่ตรงนี้ครับโอ้โหเป็นชุดสำหรับนี่ครับบุคลากรทางการแพทย์นะครับหรือว่าจะเป็นด้านนี้นี่ก็เป็นชุดของเจ้าหน้าที่นะครับแล้วก็มีที่เป็นทั้งกระเป๋าแมสก็ได้นะฮะที่รองแก้วนะครับโอ้โหสุดยอดเจ๋งมากเลยนะครับกระเป๋าต่างๆตรงนี้และที่สำคัญครับนี่คือขั้นตอนที่จะช่วยในเรื่องการจัดการและเพิ่มมูลค่าให้กับพลาสติกได้มากกว่า310 ตันเลยนะเยอะมากๆนะครับแล้วก็ลดการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกได้มากกว่า720 ตันคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์เลยนะฮะโอ้โหคือช่วยได้เยอะมากจริงๆนะฮะนี่คือสิ่งที่เป็นความตั้งใจของทาง GC ด้วยนะครับเดี๋ยวเราให้ดูด้านนี้นิดหนึ่งนี่คือ U-turn Drop Point ทุกท่านครับงานนี้เราอยากให้คุณได้เห็นการทำงานจริงๆวันนี้นะใครที่อยู่ในงานแล้วก็ถ้าคุณมีเศษขยะหรือเป็นขวดน้ำพลาสติกครับนี่อยากจะบอกว่าตรงนี้นะครับเป็นสิ่งที่คือเราทุกคนสามารถทำได้เริ่มต้นกันได้แบบง่ายๆเลยนั่นคือการแยกประเภทขยะครับนี่เลยฮะเขาก็จะมีขยะทั่วไปขยะพลาสติกชีวภาพนะครับขยะพลาสติกแข็งอย่างขวดน้ำนะฮะก็จะเป็นประเภทนี้แล้วก็รวมถึงขยะพลาสติกยืดนะแล้วก็มีขยะรีไซเคิลอื่นๆด้วยนี่เราเริ่มต้นด้วยการแยกประเภทขยะอันนี้ดีมากนะแล้วผมอยากให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้ลองทำกันดูนะฮะแล้วก็เขาก็จะนำขยะเหล่านี้แบบประเภทไหนที่สามารถนำไปรีไซเคิลได้หรือว่าเป็นอัพไซเคิลได้นะฮะก็จะทำให้เกิดเป็นสิ่งอื่นๆตามมาได้เช่นเดียวกันนะฮะนี่แล้วก็ถ้าเป็นเศษอาหารนะครับเขาก็จะมีเป็นเครื่องกำจัดขยะเศษอาหารให้กลายมาเป็นปุ๋ยได้อีกด้วยเห็นไหมครับว่าเศษขยะเศษอาหารต่างๆที่เราคิดว่าไม่มีค่าแล้วเนี่ยสุดท้ายแล้วครับถ้าเรามีไอเดียที่ดีเรามีขั้นตอนที่ถูกต้องเรามีความเข้าใจเราสามารถที่จะทำให้เขาเหล่านั้นเนี่ยกลายเป็นสิ่งที่ยังมีประโยชน์อยู่ได้นี่เลยฮะอย่างเช่นด้านนี้ครับเขาบอกว่าขยะเศษอาหารที่สามารถใส่ได้นะครับก็อย่างเช่นพวกเศษผักผลไม้เนื้อสัตว์นะครับหรือจะเป็นพวกข้าว กากชากากกาแฟได้หมดเลยนะกระดาษทิชชู่นะครับหรือเปลือกกุ้งอ่ะเราก็ยังสามารถเอามาทำเป็นปุ๋ยได้นะครับแล้วก็นำไปใส่ปลูกพืชปลูกผักปลูกผลไม้ต่างๆได้หมดเลยอ่ะนี่เลยครับเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยถ้าเห็นถังแบบนี้ที่ไหนนะครับก็อย่าลืมนำเศษอาหารของเราเนี่ยไปใส่ได้เลยนะครับว้าวโอ้โหเจ๋งมากฮะส่วนอันนี้จะเป็นแบบเป็นตู้นะฮะสำหรับให้ทุกท่านเนี่ยถ้าใครที่มีขวดน้ำคุณสามารถนี่นะครับหยอดขวดน้ำเข้าไปในนี้เพื่อเปลี่ยนเป็นศูนย์ให้สดใสนะครับซึ่งตอนนี้เขาก็เริ่มมีวางให้บริการนะครับในหลายๆพื้นที่แล้วนะครับนี่เลยดีมากเลยอ่ะคือขวดน้ำเนี่ยหลายคนหรือว่าหลายๆบ้านเนี่ยบางทีพอเราดื่มน้ำเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยเราก็เอาไปทิ้งเลยใช่ไหมฮะแต่ครั้งนี้ครับเราสามารถที่จะใส่ลงไปในตู้แบบนี้แล้วก็เขาก็จะนำขวดพลาสติกทั้งหมดนะฮะนำไปรีไซเคิลหรือว่าอัพไซเคิลให้เกิดประโยชน์สูงสุดด้วยนะครับเจ๋งมากอย่าลืมนะเจอตู้แบบนี้เนี่ยก็นำขวดพลาสติกไปใส่ได้เลยนะครับเห็นว่าเขารองรับถึงขนาด 1.5 ลิตรเลยนะขนาดใหญ่สุดก็สามารถใส่ได้เช่นเดียวกันนะครับแล้วก็บางครั้งเขาจะมีแคมเปญต่างๆให้เราสะสมเป็นคะแนนแล้วก็คะแนนนี้เนี่ยสามารถนำไปใช้ในการแลกรับของสัมมนาคุณต่างๆเพิ่มเติมได้อีกด้วยนะครับสุดยอดดีมากไปกันต่อนะฮะยังไม่หมดเพียงเท่านี้นะครับเดี๋ยวผมจะพาไปชมอีก1โซนนะครับเพราะว่าโซนนี้มีความสำคัญเช่นเดียวกันเมื่อสักครู่เราพาไปที่เป็น Net Zero Park เนาะ Net Zero Farm and Cafe แล้วก็เมื่อสักครู่ผ่าน Vertical Garden Tunnel มาใช่ไหมฮะตอนนี้เดี๋ยวผมจะพาทุกคนไปอีกหนึ่งภาคที่มีความสำคัญนะนั่นคือ Industry นะครับหรือว่าภาคอุตสาหกรรมซึ่ง GC ของเราครับวันนี้จำลองเป็นโรงงานนะฮะมาให้ทุกคนได้เห็นนะครับว่าในโรงงานของภาคอุตสาหกรรมเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะปรับเปลี่ยนหรือว่าการนำนวัตกรรมการนำเทคโนโลยีที่เรามีการคิดแล้วก็สร้างขึ้นมาเนี่ยมาช่วยในเรื่องของการทำงานแล้วก็ลดในเรื่องของก๊าซคาร์บอนได้อย่างไรบ้างอย่างที่บอกครับ Together to Net Zero นะฮะไม่ใช่แค่ภาคของประชาชนทั่วไปอย่างเดียวครับในภาคของอุตสาหกรรมหรือว่าผู้ประกอบการธุรกิจต่างๆเนี่ยเราทุกคนสามารถร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งเป็นกำลังสำคัญในการทำให้เป็น Together to Net Zero ได้เช่นเดียวกันนะครับนี่โอ้โหเดี๋ยวเราจะพาไปชมกันนะแต่ว่าย้ำอีกครั้งนะฮะว่างานของ4 โมงครึ่งนะฮะใครที่ชมเราอยู่แล้วก็อยากจะแวะมานะฮะก็เรียนเชิญได้เลยนะครับส่วนตอนนี้นะครับเดี๋ยวเราจะพาทุกคนนะฮะมาที่ GC Net Zero Industry นะครับด้านนี้เลยนะฮะเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันนะครับว่ามีอะไรบ้างที่น่าสนใจนะครับเรียนเชิญเลยนะครับเอาละฮะมาด้านนี้กันเลยนะครับผมโอ้โหมีเจ้าหน้าที่อยู่พอดีเลยฮะเดี๋ยวเราน่าจะมีโอกาสได้พูดคุยกับพี่ๆเจ้าหน้าที่ของเรานะครับให้เขาได้เล่าให้เราฟังนิดนึงได้เห็นภาพกันชัดเจนนะครับว่าในภาคของอินดัสทรีเนี่ยนะครับเรามีนวัตกรรมแล้วก็เทคโนโลยีอะไรกันบ้างนะครับสวัสดีครับนี่นะฮะตอนนี้เราไลฟ์กันอยู่นะครับแนะนำตัวนิดนึงฮะเชิญเลยครับ
ครับผมชื่อที่กรทองวุฒินะครับก็ประจำอยู่บูธ Net Zero Industry นะครับก็วันนี้
ชื่อเล่นคุณอะไรครับ
ชื่อเฟียสครับ
คุณเฟียส
ใช่ครับ
เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตพูดคุยคุณเฟียสนิดนึงอยากให้แนะนำคร่าวๆได้ครับว่าในภาคของอินดัสทรีเนี่ยนะครับเรามีนวัตกรรมเทคโนโลยีอะไรบ้างที่จะมาช่วยในเรื่องการทำงานเนาะแล้วก็ลดเรื่องก๊าซคาร์บอนให้เป็นศูนย์ด้วยครับ
ได้ครับก็เริ่มจากตรงด้านขวามือนี้ก่อนนะครับก็จะเป็นเทคโนโลยีนะครับเกี่ยวกับเรื่องโดรนนะครับเราจะทำการคอมไบน์ในส่วนของไอตัวที่เป็นมีเทนเซนเซอร์นะครับเพื่อดีเทคในส่วนของแก๊สไฮโดรคาร์บอนตรงนี้นะครับทำให้เราสามารถทำงานได้ง่าย
Okay, so it allows us to work easier. The operator can usually carry a gas detector to check to find leaks, but this can be done in 1 to 2 days to find the leaks in a tank. It saves a lot of time, and it's very convenient. Yeah, wow. Yeah. This technology allows the net zero to be possible because we can stop the leaks. Anything else you want to let us know about? This is a piping robot. Okay, let me go back to the drone a little bit. the video is showing us the drone. You see here, the drone is actually in the air. Yeah, and now okay. Yeah, you can see, the gas, the leak gas in the level in ppm, and we can actually see the amount of the leak, and then we can do the mapping to find exactly where the leaks are. And we have the various alarm points, and yeah, this let us know about the points of the leak. And this, sorry, the sound is gone. Previously we used to have scaffolds, and we have to find the thickness, but now no more. Now we have this robot to help. Instead of we can use robots to instead of human risk. Yeah, usually when we have to go high, we have to have scaffoldings, and that's all about risk and safety. And we also can reduce the cost of setting up the scaffolding. And what about the net zero? Yeah, this is all proactive. We don't see, first of all, we don't have to set up the scaffolding, and the robot can actually go up there and find the thickness and accuracy, just like human. And that's in the future where we can help with net zero. Okay, now this climbing robot is real cool. Yeah, here you can see here. It can go to high places, and it can go, along the weldings and find the thickness. And this is the innovation from our GC. Okay, anything else you have? Okay, now we are standing by here. Here, it's a smart card. It's called RealWear Smart Glasses. Yeah, so you see the operations in the future will change. In the past, when we work, we don't see the. Okay, the sound is gone again. Sorry.
CEO
ใช่ครับ
อยู่ทางด้านนี้คือไม่ได้อยู่ที่หน้างาน
ใช่ครับ
แต่สามารถมองเห็นภาพทั้งหมดที่หน้างานได้แบบว่าเสมือนจริงเลย
Okay, so
จาก
but
กล้องตัวนี้จากแว่นตัวนี้
we can see, we can see the site in real time through the glasses. Yeah, wow. Yeah, we can see, through the eye of this person, you can actually see, what's actually happening in the field, and can connect and communicate. So this is really, really seamless. Okay, thank you so much. It's interactive, and you can send, documents like the plan drawings, files, and we can actually, use the applications easily. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here we can see the interaction. Another good thing is what I learned is that we can, other than us linking together, the other person can also help make decisions, right? Yeah. Because the field operator, some of them are just like new recruits, and sometimes they can't make decisions. Oh wow, we can see those heart emoji hearts. Oh wow, that's cool. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let me pass on to the side.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่อาร์มครับเดี๋ยว
Right, we'll just take 5 minutes here. What's this? This is an innovation that PTT and GC has developed together. This is a heat exchange microchannel at the micron level, and you can apply it to several industries. So how does it work? Well, normally this equipment, we use it for two applications. First is in the manufacturing plants, we will produce hydrocarbon gas. We will use this to reintroduce it back to the system. And in some industries, right, we see that there are usage of LNG gases in the micro level. So this LNG, when they are using it, it needs to be reduced in its temperature. So we use this to trap those gases and reduce the temperature down, which is called cold utilization. It can be done in air conditioning compressors and so on. So this is the way that you could use it to enhance its efficiency. So this is about an innovation that is sustainable. Anything else, Mr. Arm? Well, this is one of our patents. We actually sell this to GC to produce it locally here. So if you want to learn more about this, we are all here. Mr. Arm is here and he will be able to discuss all the details with you. Right, now thank you, Mr. Arm. Thank you very much. And everyone, this is another zone that I really want to invite everybody to see with your own eyes for the net zero industries. You will also see different types of energy storage systems right here. It's an innovation that creates better value for living. This includes all dimensions of living. Please come. This is the last day. I have to reiterate, this is the last day of our events. Now let's move on to the other zones. We have several other partners that are showcasing their green products. So let's see what they have. This is from Kao, and we see that there are customers who are interested in the products. This net zero products is utilizing plastics, using it as packages, and it's to reduce the usage of plastics in packaging. This is one way where we can reach our target of net zero. We are also looking at the reduction of paper and promoting circular economy. So Kao is here to introduce several green products in our exhibition halls. You can also buy it here. Thank you, Kao, for coming. Now, next up, we are moving to the next booth from O-Pure. Hello, O-Pure. O-Pure is bringing us straws, bio straws. It's made from plastics that is biodegradable. It's made from sugar cane, and it can be degradable. It is producing less pollution to our climate. So there are several types of straws here, right, O-Pure? Right, we also have paper straws. Now let's actually talk to them and let's hear how they would like to introduce their products. Well, this biodegradable straws, it can last 6 months. We could also be in the landfill, but if you don't go into the landfill, then it will take a little bit longer to decompose. It does feel like a plastic, but it is decomposable. It's made from plants. Wow, it does really feel like plastic. And at the back here, it's made from paper. You can actually submerge it in water for 12 hours before it loses its form. We also use soybean glue, so it's definitely safe and it's food grade. So if you are interested or if you own cafes or restaurants, welcome to this booth and learn more about BioPure biodegradable straws. Now the next partner we have is Thai Bev. Thai Bev has a story of net zero to present to you to recollect and repackage after consumption. So Thai Bev says that they have always been aware of package management after consumption. So there are these statistics that they have done or reuse over 1 billion bottles. Also carton boxes, cardboard boxes, aluminum cans, and also PET bottles. This is what Thai Bev has always been doing. This is one of their contributions and their commitment. For example, these bottles can be recycled at 100% rate. These are aluminum cans that does have 70% of its materials made from recycled products. So this is what we're here to do, to showcase all these different products. Different types of Thai Bev products has always paid its highest attention to the environment, and these are the sample cases for them. Now this is one of the PET bottles or PET, and we have looked or recycled at them at 3 billion tons, which is roughly 10% of their sales has been recycled. And this is a aluminum can that is also recyclable. This is another glass bottles that they have recycled over 12 billion bottles, and over 200,000 tons have been recycled and reused, which accounts for 82%. So thank you very much, Thai Bev. Thank you, Thai Bev. Coming up next, we have KMP. KMP says green products for green generations. Now, let's learn about KMP. Well, KMP or KM Packaging Company Limited is a company that produces paper packages. And I want to first discuss that our paper is covered with plastic bio-PDF that can be decomposed within 180 days. So they are laminated with the plastics that is degradable. So you see different types of packages here, right? You see bowls, you see cups, you see so if you do businesses that are related to food and beverages, you can use these products, and this is what you use them for, right? And you could also type in their brands and their logos as well. Now this is a packages that can be decomposed in 180 days. That's amazing. So not long at all, 180 days. So if you're interested, they have their Line official account that you can scan your QR code and learn about the details. And if you are interested, you can ask the KMP staff. Green products for green generations. Thank you, KMP. Now coming up next, I will bring you to BioEco, which is 100% compostable product as well. They will have different types of cups and packages here, right? So you can see that all the sectors are interested and paying attention to our ecosystems in order to build or develop products that is compostable, degradable. It's not just one person's responsibility, but it's everyone. So whether you are in the private sector, CSOs, civil sectors, or government, we have to work together to act and continue our work in order to get a net zero. Now coming up next, I want to talk to our next partner. This is Nestle, good food good life. So let me have a brief conversation with you. Now, Nestle, you've worked with GC. What have you bring to showcase us? Well, this net zero, it's actually, we've done several dimensions. So our products here, our packages can be recyclable, and we are always trying to reduce the use of plastics. You see, wow, this coffee aluminum can, it changes from metal cans to aluminum cans to allow 100% recycle. It can be recycled infinite amount of times. So that was the old type of cans, and this is the new type of cans. Now, apart from changing our packages to be recyclable, we also want our packages to be actually collected and recycled in the market. This is actually 4 or 5 times higher in value when our garbage collector collects them. So they are really looking to collect these garbages, these cans. Next is I want to showcase the first paper straws. We are one of the first that uses paper straws in our products here. So we are eliminating a lot of uses of plastics. So this is a bendable paper straw. Now it's one of the very first brands that are utilizing this type of paper straws. Very strong, very durable, and very importantly, it's recyclable. Another product that I want to present to you is an ice cream package. Now this ice cream package can be recycled at 100%, just like normal paper. And it's recyclable, right? Wow. It does feel like a normal package, right? When you actually tear it, there's a sound, a quack sound, like if you're tearing paper. So Nestle, you're very kind to give us free ice creams. I can see the sign that you are giving us free ice cream. The sound is gone completely. So free ice cream. I'm not hearing sounds from the floor, so I apologize for a break in the interpretations. So these are the packages for coffee sachet. It used to be plastic and aluminum, which is multi-structure. This was the old method. This is the old way. It's very difficult to recycle, impossible to recycle. We used to use aluminum to keep the freshness of our coffee, but we have developed a new type of package that is just purely plastic, and we eliminated aluminum, and it's the same type of plastic. So and that means it's recyclable, yet still we can keep the freshness of the products. So it changes to a monostructural type of packages, so you can still keep the smell and the taste of Nescafe. Excellent. This is another example that shows that we really care. We have developed innovations for our packages that can be recyclable. So next, it's actually the first type of package that can be recyclable, right? You're the first, wow, for the first time that this is recyclable. Excellent, Nestle, thank you.
อันนี้แล้วนี่ อย่าลืมมารับไอศครีมฟรีได้เลย
If you visit the show, you can come here for free ice cream. And if you drink Milo, you can see how you're going to be that strong. Okay, now let's take a look in this zone here. It's called the Net Zero Avenue. We have this Up to You brand here. They actually have this session in this show, and Up to You is a brand that cares for the environment, because they believe that the world actually depends on each and every one of us. Yeah, really, we feel that it all depends on us. Okay, yeah, and yeah, actually they have merchandise for sales, and they actually collaborated with the big name designers. Okay, let's take a look here. This is the store here. Okay, what's this here? Oh, we can buy things here. Oh, we have so many products. You have bags, shoes. Wow. What's it made from? This is made from recycled plastic bottles. Wow. Cool. Looks good too. This is a big surprise. That's nice. If you want it, it's a pre-order. It's on pre-order. You can yeah. Oh, there are so many other products. You can hear here. This is a collaboration with Pomshan, designer. It's recycled from it's made from recycled water bottles. It's it equates to 30 year of tree grown. See, if you buy this lamp here, it's like we help grow trees. There are many designs. Wow, beautiful, beautiful. You can actually keep these in your home. And okay, yeah, what we saw in the net zero living, this is a carpet. It says it's made from 150 recycled bottles. It can cut down 13.28 greenhouse gases and equates to 8 months of tree grown. And you can see this design. You got rabbits, the world. It's an art piece. And okay, let's take a look on this side. This is still Up to You and Pomshan. We also have a hat. It's not. Oh wow, that's so cool. Sorry, the sound is out. We cannot hear. We cannot hear from the mic. Okay, it's back. It's back. Okay, now we have products from Up to You. We also have jackets, bags, hats, and caps. Yeah, you can do some shopping here. And actually, a real special thing here. It's not just we got to go. It's digital age, right? How about some metaverse shopping? Yeah, here you can see here. Yeah, you can actually build your own avatar. Okay, try it here. Okay, this is a avatar, right? You can dress this doll up. Okay, what hairstyle or whatever you like. Wear caps, wear hood, shades. Okay, let's see. Yeah, you choose your model, name it. Okay, let's call it Better Living Land. Let's go with this name. All right, go. Ready? Let's go. And then you enter into Better Living Land. It's a futuristic net zero city. Yeah. This is a virtual store. It's in metaverse and virtual store. Wow, this is a new shopping experience. Okay, so now, he is already in metaverse, and you see other people here. You can also chat and talk to others too. And other people, you can say hello, and others can also greet hello. Yeah, you can type, you can text. Here we have the U-turn booth. Yeah, okay. Here, right, and you can actually segregate the trash, the garbage. Hey, this is fun. Okay, now, yeah, you met somebody new here. All right, and what next? Okay, you can get into the virtual store and yeah, see the up to you products. Yeah, yeah, it's the up to you virtual store. Wow. Take a look here. It's very similar to what's on display here. Yeah, this is cool. It's this is really cool. Yeah, and you can really do the shopping. Okay, here you can choose your products, what you want to buy, clothing, or other types of merchandise. Here, yeah, our avatar is still here. He's here with us. And can you try the fitting? Not yet. That'll be in the future. Okay, say we are interested in this jacket. You can choose the size, and it tells. Yeah, this jacket is made from 9 bottles, and comparable to growing how many trees in how many years. Okay, and now they also have we have details. Okay, now you have this size. Okay, you select your size and then you scan the QR code and then you can go with the payment. Everything's online. Yeah, we also have other gimmicks. You can collect coins, for future discounts. Like collecting points. Yeah, and of course, yeah, everything has to go, by the condition. Other than getting good products, we also actually help the world by recycling. Yeah. Okay. You already have 35 coins, and 60 coins can get discounts. Okay, if any of you have not experienced this, can come in and have fun. Just now we looked at clothing. Now it's accessories, hats, caps, bags, shoes. Oh, do you need to pre-order? Yes. Here. Yeah, this is actually like made to order. It's really nice. You see the details. This pair of shoes. It's a cool item. Came in from sharing ideas between Up to You and Pomshan to upcycle plastic bottles, illustrated in the cool lines. Comfortable, it can go anywhere. Oh, this is real cool. So similar. You select the product, select size, just like what you do, online shopping. Okay, bags. Okay, so this is a collaboration with Pomshan and do you have anything with Greyhound? Okay, let's take a look. Because Up to You collaborated with Pomshan and Greyhound. Here you can see here. Just click. Here it's Greyhound. Really nice. Yeah, it looks like a U-turn. Yeah. Yeah, it's a symbol, right? This is fun. Yeah, I wish that you can join, so you can do this metaverse shopping. This is real cool. Yeah, come here and see us here at Up to You. And sorry, the sound is gone again.
าเชื่อว่าแบบเสื้อทำมาจากขวดพลาสติกรองเท้าทำมาจากขวดพลาสติกนะฮะเฮ้ยแต่มันเกิดขึ้นจริงแล้วที่สำคัญคือสวมใส่ได้นะครับมีฟังก์ชันที่แบบตอบโจทย์จริงๆอ่ะโอ้โหชอบมานี่แล้วเปิดประสบการณ์นะฮะ Up to you Virtual Store ของเราดูฮะเราเข้าไปอยู่ใน Metaverse โอ้โหน้องว่ายด้วยนะน่ารักจังเลยน่ารักมากแวะมานะฮะอย่าลืมนะครับย้ำอีกครั้งนะครับวันนี้เราจัดงานเป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับทุกท่านครับใครที่อยู่ไลฟ์ของ GC YouTube ของเราอยู่ตอนนี้ยังสามารถแวะมาได้ทันนะครับเราอยู่กันที่ Royal Paragon
Yeah,
Hall
we are here in
ชั้น
Royal Paragon Hall. We will be here until 4:30 p.m. Okay, in a short while, we will have this net zero stage where we will exchange views on net zero, like what ideas we can have. We've been sharing ideas from experts and from many fields, and you can learn more. Now, it's really lively here, and if you are around here and if you have time, please join in here. Come on. Okay, let's go around the other side.
Right. And this is parts of the products from Up to You. Up to you. It's not a choice, it's the only way. The world will survive based on how you choose. So don't forget to come in here. I really like that wording. It's not a choice, it's the only way. Now, we have a representative from youth, and she's very pretty and she's very fashionable. And if you follow her, you will see that she is very chic, very cool. But on the other hand, she really focuses on the environmental issues. So please welcome Miss Faye. Hi everyone. สวัสดีครับ Faye. I've been following your Instagram account, and each picture that you posted or the way you dress is very cool, very chic. Well, it's because we have a cool T-shirt here from Up to You. So let's just have a quick conversation. How are you doing? I am doing really well. Well, you look really fresh. So you are the representative from the youth, and you like fashion, and you probably are one of the influencers and one that cares a lot about the environment. So I want to ask, so with regards to fashion, how do you choose to be environmentally friendly? What's the best? So I think that fashion is one of the things that we have been increasingly aware of, because we look at fashion from a very young age, and because we like fashion, we can make it sustainable, and that means that we need to use materials that are environmentally friendly. We cannot just look at it for its aesthetics, but its materials and how much greenhouse gas they are trying to eliminate. So a lot of high-end brands, a lot of good brands, they are considering this in their production, and it is very important in the consumer's choice when they select. If there are two brands that are both pretty, but in the research says that they have looked and used sustainable materials, then we are more likely to select that brand, because we like saving the earth. I absolutely agree, because what you wear today looks very cool, very chic. Well, this t-shirt is actually made of plastic bottles, actually 8 bottles. It's unbelievable that plastic bottles can be turned into t-shirts. They said that it helps to eliminate 0.73 kilograms of carbon emission. So it's like planting one tree for 10 years. Just one t-shirt. So if you choose the materials that are environmental friendly, and of course you can always plant more trees, we want you to take action and put efforts together. So that's excellent. So I would like to say thank you on behalf of the young generations that are interested in fashion and also interested in the well-being of our environment. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Faye. And I believe that in the next session, we are still in the important area of net zero stage. We can still continue to learn about what we need to do to get together to net zero. It's very important. Now, let's take a little break. We have an event already on stage that is ready. So let's move on to our net zero stage. Welcome everyone. Welcome from both who are inside this hall and also those that are watching this online from anywhere in the world. Well, we have the audience from both sides of both sides, virtually and physically, and also on YouTube channel of the GC channel or the Facebook page of Environment. I am Faye Chu, and I would like to officially welcome you to GC Circular Living 2022 Together to Net Zero. So, greetings to everyone. I am very honored to be your MCs in order to allow us to learn more and learn more about new experiences. This is the symposium of the year. It's an international stage where we gathered over 40 speakers locally and internationally. It's organized by PTT Global Chemical Company Limited or GC. We are working in partnership with private and public sector and the youth like myself. And we are trying to make a better world and also achieving net zero target. Because zero is not just a target, but a goal that we want to achieve together. We are organizing this event in the manner that we have to tell you that it's very special. It's a carbon neutral event, which means that we are trying to address the issues of global warming by eliminating carbon use. A lot of you knows that this event is already the second day. Yesterday was a full day of event, and a lot of you have to come again on this day. So we will be continuing this event all the way to 5 p.m. We have a lot of events prepared, and I would think that if you see all the events, you will expand your horizon and you'll see a lot of new innovations. Now, myself, I don't want to talk anymore because on the stage we will see many speakers. The first sessions, it's net zero talk. We will be learning the methods and ways and inspirations from a leader in climate change. They are green influencers. So you could see that there are 2 more seats next to me. So if you are ready, please welcome our actress who is very well known for planting trees and loving the environment. Please welcome Miss Ai Kamonnet Rungsi. Welcome on the stage. And next up, you are familiar with Mr. Pokpong. He is a content creator and he is informing us to how to separate different types of cabbage. Mr. Kong Kip Green, Mr. Chanat Wuttikaikan. Mr. Kong is also a Best Green Tech Influencer Award, a winner of the Thailand Influencer Award 2021. So welcome both on the stage, please. Now let's be casual here. I would like to just address you as Nong Ai and Pigong, if that's okay. Is he Nong Gong? I don't know. He looks very young. I'm almost 40. Seriously, wow, I can't tell. Nong Ai, you just met Pigong today, and you only chatted with the private message, right, with DM, and I actually wanted to date him, and jokingly. Anyways, I want to learn more about his content because his content is very fun to watch, and I noticed that he's the creator, and he actually followed my IG, and so I followed his IG, and now when I woke up, I saw a new actress following me. I was actually quite surprised, and it's actually a real actress following me, so I was pleasantly surprised. So now, if you want to come and reserve the seats here, you can always come here. So it's always good support for our celebrities here, our influencers here. So see, you're very casual. You are talking to your fan club. Now let's start. We would like to first ask, or if you could share about the current activities that you are doing that is regarding global warming issues or environmental issues. Now, my work is probably indirect. I've been doing a work for a year now, which is a Facebook page and a YouTube channel. My channel is called Gomono, which is an initial for my name, Gamonnet. And Gamonnet, she actually travels to different places, different restaurants, different cafes, anything that I think it's interesting, and I made a content to tell these stories, whether it be about eco-friendly tourist destinations. We don't want to just introduce them by just going to the nature and taking photos with them, but we want to meet the locals. We want to meet those who growing up with this, and we want to tell their stories. We want to be the intermediaries to tell the stories from the locals, to tell the stories about the environment to those living in urban areas, whether it be Bangkok, whether they don't have a chance to visit those places. And if they have a chance to visit those places, they would know how to handle each environment correctly. Like when I've traveled to Chiang Dao is actually one of the sites that is the 5th ecological site, and they do have their restrictions and mandate. Before going into that Chiang Dao hill, you have to learn for 3 hours, which, if you are a hiker, you are probably thinking that, oh, what a waste of time, 3 hours. But now we understand that the conditions are different there, and because they are in a reserve area, they need to preserve certain environmental aspects, which my team and myself has the duty to digest those information, which might seem as boring to some people. We want to digest it to be easily understood, and we make it an agreement that if you are going to travel to Chiang Dao, you are going to have to spend 3 hours together to listen in order to act appropriately when you are on the Chiang Dao Royal Mountain. Now, from hearing that, I already wanted to go to Chiang Dao. Now, it actually makes me think that it's a charm to visit each destination. Now, each content, I think that this content, I actually was given the opportunity, and it was actually the last trip, and the volunteers were there to help me. It was actually the last trip. I was there to collect garbage, and I was actually there to recheck what happens after 5,000 tourists have visited Doi Luang in 2 months. And in conclusion, it's excellent because everybody who goes onto Doi Luang, they have had a chance to learn of how to act and behave properly in order not to destroy any environmental aspects, whether it be organic soil, plantations, or animals. or any sort of living creatures out there. This is what the work with the volunteer and the locals are doing, with the government is doing. I could sense that this is a power that is gathered together. I am touched, and this is a story that I want to tell, really want to tell to my audience. That I really felt that it's from the inside, your emotions. So now, if you want to travel, come with Nong Ai. Maybe you can go together. Actually, we've been talking together. So yeah, I've been thinking that I will go together soon.
เกียรติของเรา
Oh, that will be much honored. Yeah, I'm actually planning to ask her to join me and segregate the garbage. This is actually a very good project from Nong Ai. You've been doing this for about a year, right? Yeah, just like I said, this is sort of like indirect. I present tourist spots, but I'm not actually pushing. So actually, we can go together, and everyone can do it. And what's really interesting is, there's 2 months when it's open and the day when I went to go collect garbage. Believe it or not, there's so little garbage. Usually it becomes like a tissue paper field, and sometimes you just use the tissue paper and you just throw it around, and that's trash, right? And because we have, we have animals around there, and when they smell all these food or whatever, and then they come in and they may eat this, they may consume this tissue. So but now this year we do not have that tissue field anymore. We manage it nicely. Now we don't call them tourists, we call them nature students. Yeah, so they know, like, whatever you take up, you got to bring it down, including your fecus. You have to put it in a bag. Yeah, when I went to collect the trash, I met this volunteer who's been like a volunteer for many years. Yeah, he was like, this year I'm really pleased. Just only with small pieces of trash, that means everyone are now more responsible. I think his name is Vishian. I'm really happy with him. Yeah, he's been around there for a decade. So that means when we go up on the hills and to feel that nature, and we carry on your own mission. Yeah, you're smiling. Yeah, I feel like joining. I feel like going there. But sorry, I don't think there's much trash now because people are now more responsible. So okay, that's from Nong Ai, right? That's your inspiration all the way from the start. Okay, now I need to ask Kun Gong, what about your project on on this environment? What's all about? Okay, I am a fan club. Okay, yeah, I am Gong Green. Yeah. I have my channel called Gong Green. I create contents, yeah, advertising and all that. So, but we started the Green Diary, a program. So we that actually took me into a green world, because I ran into a lot of all of our guests were concerned about the earth, and now I learned more that I need in the past I used to think to do something for the earth must be very difficult, but when I met these people, then I learned that it's not that difficult, it's easy, and so everything became a habit. Now I feel like, hey, we can change. I used to think of myself as a representative of a big group of people, but not that I am green, but okay. Like in the morning I have to wake up early, work and do this and that. I have to clean up my house. It's not a big house, but it makes me feel that I I'm a representative of a city person, and we are. I feel that we should be responsible, to segregate the trash. So I started off with TikTok, and some small ones. How about doing it small, like through TikTok, and I did all this. I made this TikTok clips, and suddenly I learned a lot of new friends, met a lot of new friends, and sometimes we do some have it, make it fun, and now it's like you're more like a TikTok star kind of, and then I learned that people want to learn more about garbage segregation. In the past, nobody made it easy for them, so I made it easy. So now they feel it more digestible, and they learn it more easily. Now I have this Concrete Green TikTok and YouTube, and if you like, I go into a reality show kind of. We go to the trash dump, and they can really see the real problem. When you just throw this trash, it's all collected there. So we are actually the starting point, and so I started off this YouTube, and now we have a Facebook group community we call Let's Segregate the Trash. Now we have quite a lot of people now already in a couple of months, and we shared a lot of segregation techniques. We have even the experienced, the new ones. This is a really nice community, and they really learn more, and they feel inspired. So this is also a new hand, at segregation. Okay, so segregation must be instilled, and it must start now, because we need to do it. Okay, so this is Kun Kong's project that hopefully will inspire people, and it looks like how both of you start, well, just from a small study, and it went real big. Okay, now let's say being a celebrity with all these contents, you're so busy, and you have other missions at home that you got to do. But okay, let's say the way your way of life, right, as a can actually help conserve the earth. Okay, for me, I think we need to change our mindset that if you want to love the earth, it's not difficult. That there is no, like, nothing is ready made, but we have to realize that anything can be done. Say like every day I want to buy something, I have to think, okay, will I use it well? Is this something from my idea?
ถ้าเราใช้เขาเป็นระยะ
But depending on, of course, how long you use them, you have to divide it, right? So I think that it's valuable. This started since I was a kid, this idea. So I think that now if we go deeper, we can see from the production process of producing a product. They actually produce GHGs and carbon dioxide because the production process produces this. So if you select a product and you use them to its utility, then it's worth it. There's a thin line between worth it and little bit stingy. And I won't select any piece of clothing that I can only use once, and it impacts how I select my clothes to mix and match. And sometimes we think about plastic bags and clothing bag. There was a period of time where everybody needs to use cloth bags, and sometimes when we go to some countries, they don't have any more plastic bags, and a lot of times, of course, you can pay for those plastic bags, but it's not really about buying new cloth bags, but you carry them, of course. So that is why I name myself the rules to use cloth bags is I need to reuse it, and applies to anything that is already in the world. So this is just my idea of how to select things that will be fully utilized in my everyday life, reuse them to its full capacity until it runs out of its course. So you have been so are you talking about collecting and managing? Well, yes, and also financially too, it's the same issue. It will impact the production process. If you are able to use this thought process to anyone in the world, just imagine if everybody reduces their use. The producers don't have to produce as much, right? But of course, it's a difficult topic to discuss. It's because it's capitalism. As a producer, you want to produce more to get repurchases. But once we reach a point where the world is already telling us that there's climate change, there's global warming, there's a hole in our ozone layer. It's not just Thailand, right? It's a global issue. It's an iceberg melting. It's about forest fires. This year I had a chance to be in the US, and it was so hot. I've never been outside Thailand and got so hot, but maybe I haven't been in there in the summer. But usually in the US it's 30 something degrees, but in Europe it's 40 something degrees. So they have been talking about this very, very seriously, that the world is in its critical stage. Something that we can do is we can modify our lifestyles, our mindsets that will slow down, that will buy us time, will buy the scientists time in order for new innovations, for any process that will save the world. This is something that is deeply, we probably can't do that ourselves, but we can help to slow things down. And the method that Mr. Kong mentioned, I think it's great, from upstream, midstream, downstream. It's buying time for scientists and innovators to come up with ways to save the world. So when hearing this, you can hear that there are many tips and tricks in order to help save the planet. It's not difficult at all. Loving the planet, it's not difficult. But if you don't love the planet, life will be very difficult, for sure. Of course, yes, living with heat wave, like, in Europe, they have to live with heat waves of over 40 degrees. And they are in the cold climate, and it's very difficult to adjust. And we're not talking about Doha or Dubai, which is over 50 degrees, and there are people dying from this heat, right? I really like it. Not just your looks that are pretty, but your thoughts and your ideas are beautiful as well. So I believe that, if you like the world and you find a ways to live with it.
Okay, Kun Kong, now is your cue. I'd like to learn about your way of love the earth and share it to everyone here. So, what's daily? How you can do it daily? Okay, let's build up from Kun Ai has mentioned. I'd like to show a big picture that before we go into the environment, I was actually inspired by the Our Planet documentary. I usually love to watch documentary. I like to see, some of these nice, beautiful production, see these animals. But, every episode of this document, it says, it ends with, the changes in nature, whether, animals in the polar regions or the Amazon or where, under the sea, everything is changed. And it's changed because of us, man. It's not just the ecosystem that changed. Everything was changed by man through our behavior. It's all a result of overconsumption. We had to, deforest to build agricultural fields. We have lots of trash in the sea. We have microplastic. We heated up our world. The polar caps is melting, and the feeding areas of animals is lessened, and they have to migrate to other areas where they're not used to. There was one documentary, one episode, they showed thousands of walruses. They have to move. They have to move to certain areas, where it's cliff, but they had to climb up the cliff, to find a better place to live, and because it's rocks, and it's like they climbed the cliff, but they dropped, they fell. So because this climate changed, because of climate change, they had to they had to find better places. And I could feel it, that even though we live far away from them, but whatever we do affects them. So it's just like, what can we do? So let's go with, okay, consume, sustainably, be sufficient, use it to the max. Like say, some of these bags, cloth bags, yeah, it's really strong, right? We can use it. We can use it long time. Actually, plastics it's not the bad guy. Plastic was actually born to be a star, to help us, reduce cutting trees. Like one plastic bottle can be used, like uncountable times, but because of that convenience, it resulted in consumerism. It resulted in us in just use them and throw it away. The bad guy is actually us. So think before you use, think before you consume sufficiently. Okay, and once you use them, send them to the right places. Previously, okay, manufacture, sell, use, and throw away. It's all a linear, right? But now everywhere they try to make it circular, right? You manufacture, you sell, you use, but instead of throwing it away, it comes back to the manufacturer. So it's actually, like segregation of trash. So we cannot make the circle unless we do it. To really make it this circle possible, it all depends on us. So why the reason I worked on this content on crash, because I find it easier, because I cannot tell everybody to go, everyone, hey, you go use electric cars or what. But it's easier to tell them, hey, come on, anyone can do it. You can do it right now. The next morning you wake up, right? Like, yeah, you separate the garbage, right, and send them to the right places. So instead of certain trash goes to the pit, and and that will actually pollute, and they're going to dig it up again. But if we segregate them, like say 50 homes, we can send all these trash to the right places, and everything comes back. So we don't need to get new material out from the earth. This in one way is carbon reduction. So reduce the use, reduce the garbage. This simply is a way to reduce carbon. If you don't have time to grow trees, reduce waste, reduce garbage. Okay, so yeah, we used to think it was it's not far from us, but it's not at all. It's so near, and you can do it right away. And this is actually a great mission. You can start it from your own, and at the same time, you are helping the world. Oh wow! And you're talking about the walrus, yeah. And yeah, this is just one case. Okay, our time is up now. Yeah, we should have more time tomorrow, and maybe can we talk till like 10 this evening, 10 tonight? Okay, I would like to encourage everyone here, everyone who's online, please, yeah, let's all love the earth. Okay, Kunai, please tell us something how to love the earth, love our planet. Okay, just like I said, that the main thing is, change your behavior, change your mindset, that we can help Mother Earth by extending the time. And one easiest way is to reduce carbon, reduce the carbon emission. And yeah, I like to grow trees and actually, growing trees, creating more green space can actually slow down earth warming. And sometimes it's harder to grow trees, but some small trees, they actually live very long, right? And I like to buy low cost trees, and you put them in the ground and they grow. And like my house, my home is not a big home, but it's full of trees. We grow trees, and everyone says it's really cool, and it allows me to cut down the use of air conditioning. So yeah, I love to rotate my various plants that I grow, bring it in the house, take it out, change them around. And as for if you really like to live in a comfy home, this is one choice. And what I like to reiterate what Kun Kong said, the easy thing you can do is segregate the garbage. And I followed, and I can really say it works. Oh, now I really believe that you are Kun Kong's fan club. Okay, now Kun Kong, please. Yeah. I am also a tree lover, and I followed plants, trees from Kunai. And we ourselves, we cannot emit oxygen, but trees can. So it's a circle. The carbon cycle, right? They take, and even small areas, this actually absorbs carbon and releases oxygen. So let's put it easy. Don't think that global warming is tomorrow. Global warming is now that we are facing. Everything that is going wrong in the world, everything that we see, it's all because the world is deteriorating. We may not have had so much rain. Some countries may not have been so hot, and some rivers were so dry now. This is not normal. And believe it or not, it is all from us, from our consumption. And this can be slowed down by us. It's not the duty of politicians. It is us who can make the change. We actually brought it up until today. We all have the energy, have the power. Don't ask who else did it. Anyone has done it. Just do it by yourself, and then the big picture will be easier to see. Can you all believe it? Yes. Yeah, we actually inspired a lot of people. Thank you so much for your energy. Let's give these two persons a big hand. Kun Ai Kamonnet and Kun Gong. You can follow your works, your projects in the future. Thank you so much. Both of you are green heart, and let's take some pictures together. And don't go anywhere else. We will have more sessions coming up, and we will talk more with various experienced speakers. Okay, now let's take a picture for now.
น้องอายบอกขออนุญาตอยู่ใกล้กันสักรูปดีไหมคะโอเค ขอบพระคุณมากๆเลยนะคะ
Thank you, Mr. Gong, and big round of applause for both of them, and also the audience here. We still have several sessions that I want you to participate. We are getting intense, of course, because we are going to be learning about global issues like this. This is the only event, this is the only symposium. I hear this is actually the third time that we organize this symposium, and the next session is as important as well, is net zero in action. We will be learning about net zero. A lot of you might not see a clear picture yet as to what the society that is net zero in gas emission looks like, GHG emission looks like. So what do we actually need to do? What policies needs to be in place? What private sectors has to do, or what normal citizens like you and I can participate and do? So now we will learn this together. With the next sessions, we will be learning on circularity in action. And we are honored by 4 speakers who are very skilled and very experienced. They'll be sharing their methods of dealing with plastics, promoting circular economy, as well as different methods used in the international stages to deal with circular economy. The first person, if you are ready, I myself am ready. We are ready to meet an executive who places high importance in sustainability, and he uses ESG, environmental, social, and governance, in order to promote his organizations. Please welcome Dr. Chaya Kanwasu, Vice President on Sustainability of PTT Global Chemicals, or GC. Next is our structural engineer from Taiwan, who believes that waste is the next generation's treasure. Please welcome Mr. Arthur Huang. And next, we have an academic who really believes in upcycling and you always utilizing new different products into upcycling into a product that is a lot more valuable. He has been working on a lot of environmental projects. Please welcome Associate Professor Signin. He is from the Faculty of Architecture from Thammasat University. He's also the Director of Sustainability Institutions. Like I said, we have 4 speakers. One of the most experienced with over 20 years working with environmental issues, and he has done Miss Waraporn Tanjasiri, Hiran Tanjasiri. She is an expert, a senior expert in Asia Pacific from World Bank. So welcome everyone. I am excited, a little nervous. I would like to steal maybe 1.5 hours of your time today to talk. Now, we are here to talk on several different issues. We will be quite relaxed here. We'll be casual. We'll talk about circular in action, and I want you to understand and see the clear picture of circular economy. So let's first start with a question. But before I ask, I want to emphasize that for those that have a question and they want to talk to anyone in particular, you can scan a QR code that is on the standee here, and you can fill in the questions on your phone. And if you are also watching this through Facebook Live or YouTube Live, you can also put a comment there as a question. We will collect those questions and we will select those questions for a Q&A session. Now, this is a great opportunity to start our discussion with Circularity in Action. So I would like to first ask Dr. Chayakon, can you please tell us what circular economy is, please? Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone that is participating today. So circular economy is what in Thai called เศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียน. It's not a new topic. We've heard of it many times. It's actually a simple concept. How do we live and produce less waste? As a person who consumes resources, how do we consume less and make less waste? Is it difficult? I believe anybody can take part of this. We as industries, we are trying to produce, manufacture with zero waste. And next is to use new resources. Can we actually look first into renewable resources? That's the first concept. And if our theme today is Together Net Zero, we want to eliminate GSG to zero use. We here face the same risk. We live in Thailand. You can actually read on Google. In Thailand, we actually produce about 1% of the global carbon emission, but we are going to face the impact in the top 10 severity of the world. So we are the ones who will face the consequences first. We will see drought, we will see flood, and in the coming discussions that we had, let's talk about agriculture. If the temperature changes by just 1 or 2%, the relative humidity would change significantly. So that will eliminate a lot of crops, eliminate a lot of agriculture. So just imagine Thailand is a food production country. So if that ever happened, a lot of consequences will follow. If we don't start dealing with this issue and we just want to observe what's going to happen, I don't think that will give us enough time. So if we talk about circular economy, what can we actually do? In this global climate change scenario, we need to first talk about our carbon emission. And where do they come from? It's from energy consumption. A regular day usage of electricity. How do we eliminate or reduce the most electricity use? And second is transportation. Who here got here by the BTS? A lot of you, right? Oh, that's amazing, because that's excellent. Who use the public transportation? Because if you drive here, of course you are consuming a lot of resources. There's a lot of traffic. You are using a lot of carbon. So another one is the carbon usage in small products that we use in every day, from waking up to sleeping. Anything that you use actually use energy to produce. Second is the materials that they use, whether it be in the bag, in the clothing, in the luggages. Those things have carbons in them. So that means if you reduce your usage or if you produce less waste, for example, if I say we buy clothes and we say, hey, we need to use textiles that are made of renewable fabrics. Imagine that how much it can be reduced, how much fabric can be reduced. You can go to Up to You booth here. I'm advertising for them. So see, they're not using new materials, and so you could still enjoy consumption, but you are reducing your waste, and then you can use less energy, and it will result in less climate change. So this is something that you can take part of in your everyday life. How can you take actions in simple everyday life actions such as this? Right, so if you adjust your behavior, make it a habit, if you are making a problem every day, then you are going to produce problem. And the world belongs to everyone, and you are living in it. And you will see even clearer examples soon. Thank you, Mr. Singh and Kun Waraporn. Mr.
ได้เลยค่ะคุณวราพรเชิญค่ะ
Okay, I would like to add a little bit, just like what you mentioned. It was really true because Thailand is very much impacted by climate change. We are number 9 in the world. In our only two of our neighboring countries. It's just Myanmar and Philippines. And if we don't take care of this, we will be severely impacted, and our economic development will drop. We want to be in the low ranks, right, in this matter. And for you, one thing that we may not be aware of, we hear about extinct animals, right? But we may not hear much about extinct ores. In 6 to 70 years, phosphorus will be extinct from the world, because the idea of circularity is how to stop digging more. How can we circulate the use of these ores, these elements, so we can save it under the earth. And this is very important. The other side of circularity, it's let's call it on the left side of the wing, let's call it sharing. We may not have to be the owner. We can share, we can rent, try to use and share it. Yeah, this is the two sides of circularity. Okay, these views are really, really clear. Let's hear from Mr. Arthur about if there's any comments on circular economy.
Sorry, I don't speak Thai, but this is one of this is not very ESG in action. Actually, I should have actually learned how to speak to the audience in their language that you're accustomed to.
No, it's totally okay. We can translate.
Okay, so I think everyone here actually made a huge, strong point on what that is. The only thing I can add is that circularity is the only way for us to survive, actually. A lot of people have no idea why circular economy is linked to carbon footprint, is linked to climate change. I think this is one of the biggest misnomer. People think circularity has nothing to do with climate change. And then I think what everyone just said here, that's like circularity is the only way to resolve climate change. Or let's have a pandemic again, right? Because that's the easiest way to stop consumption, that we stop doing anything.
Yes นะคะคุณอาร์เธอร์ let me translate a little for you คุณอาร์เธอร์นะคะก็บอกว่าเรื่องของ circular economy เนี่ยจะเป็นหนทางเดียวเลย
Okay, yeah. Just reiterating what Arthur has said, that circular economy is the only way for us all to survive, whether it's carbon emission or greenhouse gases. Everyone thinks in the same manner, and emphasizes that this is the only way. Okay, let's get back to Dr. Chaya. Please tell us more about GC, about the policies on the management of the organization in bringing circular economy to the management. Okay, so GC actually emphasized on sustainability and to build a sustainable business. So we have to work together with our stakeholder, our society, our communities, taking care of the environment. Everything is one with the business. So we use we relied on this policy from the start, but now we are thinking more like how can we bring it into action, like this circular economy. We talked a lot, we discussed a lot amongst various companies, and we discussed that it should be a part of the business. So we actually employed this concept. It's like I say, in our plans, we try to use least material. Now we think, just us, our company alone may not be sufficient, right? So we actually should set up a platform or an ecosystem where everyone can learn, and then they will believe that we can do it. So the platform, the ecosystem that we created, we want something that people can join in easily, and they can see the difference between and say like, okay, we have this waste management, the plastic platform. I started off from individuals, from the communities, that people can learn to separate the garbage, and then GC helps in bringing these plastics and circulate them. And this is actually, we received a lot of cooperation from the public. They are really interested. This is something anyone can be involved from a platform, and actually everyone, certainly I believe that they want to use environmentally friendly products. Okay, let's say in the past we used to have these plastic cups. Now how can we not have garbage cups in the future, right? So GC started off with these biodegradable plastics, and us here, then that means you have choice, right? We want to use environmentally friendly cups, right? So GC has a solution for everybody. That okay, if you love the nature, then of course, we do have products for you, and that's a choice. And that means you can live your normal life, but at the same time having a solution for everybody. So one is reduction of use, and then reuse, and if we really need to try to use environmentally friendly products. Thank you so much. Now that we learn, it's not just one company alone, it needs a collaboration from everyone, so everything can lead on to the fullest. And this is another example where you can understand now about the various businesses allows you choices. Say in coffee, having cups where you can choose your choice, you can still enjoy coffee and yet save the earth. And so this is one way that we employ circular economy to the organization. So let's ask a little to Arthur.
Apply the circular economy to the organization.
What we are doing now is we want to build kitchens. Kitchens for people to be able to turn your trash into a new beautiful dish that you actually want to eat. So basically, just think about it in a very gross, very nasty term. You want to take the shit that you and then you want to be able to take that, you want to have a special kitchen. You're able to turn that crap you dump, and you want to be able to turn that into a beautiful dish that you actually enjoy to eat it, and you're willing to share with your friend. So what Miniwis is doing is that right now we're engaged with lots of governments, even with GC, for example, to find ways to build these infrastructure with machines. For example, any young innovative NGOs, engineers, architects, Dr. Singh, for example, also has a lab that does that. So you need to open this up to the public to be able to turn your waste within minutes, it's fun and turn that into some new product that you can use for this construction, for the GC Cafe. And I think that's why GC here, I think is more like a platform. Exactly that you see here in the exhibition. I think I had to say for a chemical company, this is a very strange chemical company, you know, because it has a cafe. It's making T-shirts. It's making fashion products. It's very strange. But I just want to say this is also another way to directly communicate with the consumer. So once consumer sees this as a new way of called circularity, they need to find a new generation of engineers, architects, creative thinkers to be able to come together and go to that kitchen and to be able to do whatever they want with that new material. This is not new materials, crap material. And you want to turn that into something that's durable, because single use need to turn to durable. And once we turn something that's durable and we stop the single use, then there's no carbon footprint. The carbon footprint stops. So that's the first thing. But that might be really bad for GC's single-use business, right?
Thank you so much Mr. Arthur ก็พูดถึงเรื่องของเศรษฐกิจหมุนเวียนนะคะในมุมของ Minivis นะคะก็บอกว่าจะมีการนำขยะมาแปรรูปนะคะ
So reiterating on Minivis that we will try to emphasize on a more robust, more multiple use products. And GC is rather strange that is a chemical company that supports a lot of other businesses as a stage, as a platform where everything has the opportunity to present themselves in the world of circularity. What I find another important, interesting thing is the word kitchen. It's easy to understand that you can do it yourself. You don't have to think about it being a big industry. So we can manage and deal with all these products and reuse it. It's very interesting.
งั้นถาม
So next, I want to ask Ajahn Singh, Kun Waraporn, what policies do you at your institutions of sustainability have been using on circular economy? So one thing, I am one of the guys who transform different types of materials into construction materials, whether it be furnitures and different types of products. And I love Arthur's work. I really like that he is building many buildings like this. The problem is, well, it's not that we are limited by the people who are doing this type of work. We have a lot of guys who work in this manner. But where do they go? There's no people to support them in order for the business to thrive. A lot of good intentions of business, small business, medium enterprise, they can only last 2 years, 5 years. This is the problems of circularity. They are lacking the capacity to scale up. One of the driving factors that I'm trying to push is to make real estate projects, because real estate projects are huge projects. They are constructing buildings, MICE centers, residential areas to support recycle and upcycle materials. Because many materials are created from new and there are no track records as to how many projects have they been through and so on. And if we have a lab test to do that, but if there's no lab test, many customers are asking, is it really safe? Is it really durable? Why is it more expensive? These are the types of problems, the challenges that small SMEs that are trying to start these projects have to face, and they can't really pass through it. So big real estate companies, big building constructors, please sponsor, please support, please put in your specifications in order to allow these small business to thrive. Otherwise, maybe there's 100 startups, or only 5 survives. The rest will have to go to making their own cafe or whatever other businesses. This is something that I've been repeating for 3 years.
That Ajahn Singh said, you agree on this totally, right?
Yes, of course.
เห็นด้วยมากนะคะเพราะว่าก็ธุรกิจคล้ายๆกัน
Because the business is similar, right, in terms of providing construction materials or consumer goods that are coming from used products or upcycled products. So that's important in order to not reach a dead end, right? So allow businesses to thrive and make the world better. And the difficult thing is if you are a designer and you design your own materials and you put in this, well, that's one topic. But if we have a space, different types of SMEs in order to integrate with our projects, that's another challenge. Because the diverse types of suppliers, we don't know how diverse it will be, how much capacity they will have. But if you want to see, you can come to our projects at the Forestiers. It starts from the road, the curbside, the pathways, the walls, the carpets, the ceilings. They are from several suppliers. They are from dozens and tens of suppliers, and they are combining it into an urban development project that is actually luxurious. Complete or not, I'm not sure, but this is the first time that, like Dr. Chaya said, we want to build a platform for these circular economies to be able to find ways to thrive. So now let me hear from Ms. Warapon on behalf of the World Bank on circular economy. So from World Bank, we probably have to look back a bit. World Bank is always trying to support participating members in order to develop economy sustainably. And so circular economy actually is the solutions of twin goals of World Bank. World Bank has actually 2 goals. One is to eradicate poverty within 2030. So this effort that we are trying to do is actually backtracking because of climate change, and people are becoming poor again because of climate change. Therefore, the World Bank is placing high importance on climate change because it will help solve poverty. The second goal is on growth, and we need to reduce inequality. That means that we need to have sustainable economic growth, and it should allow equality throughout the region and throughout different organizations. If equality happens, it will actually help solve, it'll be the solution of the twin goals that World Bank has. And from the latest studies, to overcome this trap in order to of the middle income country that Thailand is right now, and we want to be a high income country, there are 2 pathways that we can take. First one is we need to accelerate digital and disruptive technology. This is important. It should be used in order to produce products and also services. Second is circular economy. From studies that we did, within 2030, the economy would be growing by 1.2% if we support circular economy, and by not just 1.2%, we will include a lot more labors at 160,000 positions. This actually answers both goals in the twin goals, not just climate change. So therefore, World Bank is fully supportive of this. So I fully support you as well. This is a giant project that everyone has to participate. So I wish that World Bank will complete. I really want to work with World Bank. Can you apply? How do I work with you? How do I apply? How can World Bank actually work together in? So next is the next question. So World Bank actually has business models that will allow business to scale up. We have been discussing if we have a model that does not give profits, then business will die. So business models is under the funding that we are providing to produce innovations. So the models and also different innovations in business. This is what we do under regional projects under ASEAN. Right. So in the big picture, in the regional level, we want to work together. If you have similar ways of thinking with the 4 panelists here, I think it will be easy. No, it won't be easy. It will be difficult still. No, I just want to make everything looks a bit more simple. Well, I want to make inspiration. So I believe, of course, things will take time. And World Bank, of course, set their duration target of, I don't know, several decades, 10 years, 15 years. But still, we do need to start today. Otherwise, it would delay even further, correct? Now, on this occasion, this should allow you to see that different organizations are actively trying to create positive impact and minimize negative impacts to our planet. So I want to ask your views. Of course, you are very experienced, very well researched, very well studied. Can you please share your projects on circular economy, maybe some successful cases, starting with Dr. Chayakon. Well, firstly, very simple, the platform that we talked about earlier. We have a platform called U-Turn. You meaning you can participate. And we have done this for 2-3 years, and we have tested it in people who are coming into this platform. It's just general public, and we have drop points at several spots in offices, in malls, in communities meaning both urban Bangkok area and in the provinces, because they have a lot of they produce a lot of waste everywhere. There's a lot of plastic waste, several types of waste. So we experimented that if we are there to inform, educate, and let's say we have a machine to collect different types of trash, and it works really well. People learn very quickly, and we can see that the products that can be recycled is collected much better. When we do a survey in the whole of Thailand, the survey of recycled products is just only 20%. If we compare it with other countries, we are still lacking behind. So if we do it together in every household, just imagine just how much plastics we can collect instead of going to landfill. We actually are running out of land to make landfills. A lot of areas in the northern region of Thailand, for example, they don't want to make any more landfills near their community. So they need to transport their waste very far, which is, of course, because nobody wants to put it in their backyard, right? They want to put it as far as possible, and that results in transportation costs, resources used to transport. So I want to say that not just any regular, so anyone can participate in this, and it will actually be very effective. This is one of the examples that GC thinks will be able to scale, and I think that anyone, whether you are working at home, doing these things from home, separating trashes from home, or at a slightly bigger scale at your community or at your province level, it's a policy that the government is sponsoring. So I want to emphasize that we can scale this up and we can be part of it. Maybe this might... So let's just look at your everyday products. Just look at your bottles here. The stuff that you are recycled. There are a lot of demands for these. We want to be able to use this because it's just environmentally friendly, but there's no products because the original source is not working. But if you are able to collect the source, we will have a demand for it for sure. And it will increase a lot of sources for this. Now, this is a project that GC thinks we can build it in a platform, and we think that everybody can be participating in this. So thank you. This is one of the projects of GC, which is U-Turn, right? So in this event, I want to actually invite everyone to learn about these projects. We have several projects. Mr. Art has just mentioned the brand Up to You. This is a new brand that just launched here today. And there are other projects that you could see that GC is actually working in order to apply circular economy in their company. Just now, Dr. Chaya has mentioned Dr. Singh briefly. So I want to ask Dr. Singh about your projects that you are working on. Well, my view on circular economy, I've been thinking when I was hearing his talk, circular economy is an economic system, and that means that it's not a closed loop economy that we are completing everything by itself, right? To make this work, we need to make it a network, an economy that submits from one company to another. This is actually the challenge because even though we are beginning things in a closed loop and trying to scale it up, and to do this from our experience, whether it be about recycling construction materials in order to produce in our real estate projects or other types of constructions, there are people who, how do I say this, there are always a loser in this who loses more opportunities than others. Some people will get a benefit, a lot of benefit in this system. There are some who gets medium benefits and some who actually loses. So when we talk about an economy as a whole, to make this work, my experience says that there is very rarely a case that everybody will win. There's a case for a big win, a medium win, and those that are barely surviving or even making losses. Very easy example is, so why we making circularity, why we need to invest more. Those are the guys who will not get any profits. And the benefits only is going to the world, to the country, to the environment. But what mechanics will actually assist those that are participating in this system that are barely surviving, that are able to allow them to make it? Maybe I should pose this question to the World Bank. Is it possible, because these companies that are barely surviving are, the majority of the problem is in their finances, because they are not making money and making losses because their products, for example, lost their sales because the prices goes up by, say, 5%, 10%. And this is part of the reason why circular economy is difficult. So yeah, maybe it's a question that should be raised to World Bank, and maybe the rest of you on the stage too. I don't know if Arthur has these issues as well or not. Something similar to Thailand. I'm not sure if you face.
It's called status quo, because whenever there is a value chain, there's somebody loses, like what you said, there's somebody wins. Normally the status quo is the one who's in the position take up most of the value. And unfortunately, when you have a new business, if World Bank needs to fund a new business, if you fund a new business, normally it's taking away somebody's existing status quo. And this is very important because I'm sure Dr. Singh has got beaten up or locked up somewhere because when you are using a new material in a traditional industry like architecture, just like imagine you want to sell, you're a paper salesman, you want to sell a new paper for a new copier, you actually will get killed, actually. This is a real thing. So what people always discount is that when I was young, like just 20 years ago when I first started, I thought maybe we should just kill the big business like GC, you know? It's like, they won't understand, so I just go for it, you know? And then after like 15 years of being beat down, and I realized if I don't work with them, we literally cannot make any change, okay? And at the end, everybody loses because you don't have a way. So I just want to focus on one point. I think it will be for the discussion, also for the World Bank, actually. decentralization. I think this has been talked about a lot. Decentralized finance, decentralized material collection, decentralized recycling, decentralized upcycling, decentralized closed loop. So just one concept that we can all take back after today is that I see everyone's like bag, and you guys all have single-use trash on top of what you're holding and what you're wearing. There's some fast fashion product. In Chinese, this is stop fast fashion, basically.
Fast fashion?
Stop fast fashion, yeah? But there's a lot of single use. That's currently what you're wearing and what you're using. Guess where the cleanest single-use waste, the closest loop come from? The cleanest. For GC, now they are starting a recycling plant, by the way. This is congratulations. I just heard this. This is probably the biggest news for Thailand. Actually, a big infrastructure to do PET and PE recycling, right? Correct. This is amazing. But this material, the cleanest material, they also need the cleanest material. So where does that cleanest material come from? I'm just asking, like anybody. Where is the cleanest? When this trash go to your trash can at home, or it goes to your trash can here in GC, or go to a trash can or an auntie or uncle collect it and put it in the recycle truck. Which one is the cleanest?
Which one?
A trash can here in GC, or your home trash can, recycle can, or a shopping mall trash can, or a recycle truck. As simple as that. If you actually get this concept, you know exactly what we need to do.
ค่ะพูดถึงเรื่องของขยะเยอะเลยนะคะ
So should you answer, Mr. Arthur? What's the correct answer, or is there an absolute answer?
Here, if you recycle whatever you have, for example, your clothes that you don't want, if I recycle here, if I recycle your water bottle here, if I recycle anything here, it will be the cleanest because you just used it. For example, you're wearing a piece of clothes, you're not going to, what's most going to be on it? Your saliva, maybe your sweat, that's it, right? Okay, or your bottles, saliva, your fingerprint, and then you dump it. That's the cleanness. This is the trash that GC needs. Unfortunately, the bigger the loop, the bigger the cycle, the dirtier it gets. So the dirtier it gets, that also means the transformation process, the chemical you use, the water you use, the energy you use to transform that product costs more. And it costs more to transport too, on top of it. So today, that's why I see an opportunity with GC, especially is they have a lot of outlets, consumer outlets. These consumer outlets actually is when people consume the product, the quickest way is to capture that material as quickly as possible. And that is the cleanest material you will find. You will have the highest market value, least amount of carbon footprint. Okay, so but I don't know if you guys want to add anything because I think that's a concept for me, and so that's means decentralization become very important. If imagine in next year, GC all of a sudden have a new program, has a trash can. Every time you put something in it, you got a coupon for your coffee. You see,
that's a good idea.
No, they're probably already doing it. But I'm just saying this is the easiest way to incentivize, and then incentivize good behavior at the same time incentivize good loop. Yeah.
นะคะทุกอย่างพฤติกรรมของเราทุกๆคนนะคะจริง
So, you know, our behavior is actually a loop. It's actually very, so near and dear to us. We actually have all these single-use trash a lot, whether, you know, coffee cups or sometimes even clothes, you know, like these fast fashion where, you know, you wear only for a short time, sometimes even once, and then it's stored away. And sometimes you may just, you know, throw it away. So trash is actually a very important problem right now. I like to go back to what Kun Arthur has said, yeah, when, like, you know, when I was young, I want to beat those in the business, but now that grown up and more experienced, you know that you cannot beat them, right? But we have to go together. So that's right. So I want to emphasize here that we have to go together, you know, in every perspective. Today it's a really tight talk today. So maybe Kun Varapron, could you please share? Okay, let's take a look at the regional level, because the World Bank has helped a lot with marine plastic to help Thailand with marine plastic, so that we be the leader of ASEAN in 2019, and that we also have the Bangkok Treaty. We also have the regional action plan on marine plastic. As for the ASEAN RAP, we work in many countries, and there are levels of policies that help on cooperating amongst the private sector, and creating mindfulness, providing knowledge and policies, and also on R&D. It's clear in the RAP, in the ASEAN RAP. We have the policy, and we work together in 4 countries. As the trash in our waters, it's a transborderly issue. It's a problem across the borders. So when we work together in our 10 countries, it really benefits us to a certain level, and it's at the ministerial level meeting all the way down. They support us. So the policy is very clear. After we have the ASEAN RAP, we get funding from trust fund from World Bank, about $20 million US. That's to help on the things that we are talking about here. First one is building a new business model, whether it's a model on communities having participating with the municipality, from trash collecting all the way to landfill. Because if we have some good models and that we can discuss at the ASEAN level, then we can exchange. Also, say we have some of these automatic machines where we can exchange things and extend the life of material and products. All these can get funding, and this is something that the World Bank has viewed, that we should have a scaled up and profitable business model. Otherwise, it's useless. That's why we are trying to find trust funds to help the 10 countries. And this is just at the regional level. But for in country itself, we help with building the country's action plan, doing business studies. Why is it that we have 5 types of plastics? We know the value of recycling them, bringing them back, but why is it that we don't get them? We drop about 2.9 million tons of trash into the sea. If we could get all that back, it would be really benefit us all. And this is why the World Bank is providing us funding, so we can actually have this have a successful circular economy. This is just a short time that we have on stage, and it shows that each organization has this big heavy task, and this mission is ongoing. And all our 4 speakers have told us about their experience, their projects, and many things that has happened in their organizations. But certainly, you all should have studied other cases from in other places, or maybe you might have studied some successful cases, maybe in the country or internationally. Maybe could you please share these projects? Maybe I could start with Dr. Shia. As for Circular, this U-turn platform that we built, we started many years ago. We wanted to do this as a waste management project, but then we found that at the end that we could use fashion and design products more user friendly. So we worked a lot with many users, and a lot of brands now they realize that we could use recycled material, from all the way from the design, the use of the material, the functionality of these products. So we see a lot of these in these past many years. So if we all work together, from the start till the end, this will really help. And importantly, we will learn more and gain the experience to know what kind of material will be best. As for in the fields of bio, we usually want nature to do it for us. So all these biodegradable products, whether cups or drinking straws. And anyone collected drinking straws for recycling, because it's really difficult because it's small and light and it's all over the place, and it's dirty. So in the past, nobody collected these material for recycling. So if we have some alternative material, like bioplastic, then of course that it will degrade, wherever you're throwing away. So that won't affect the environment. So nature will deal with that. And all the trees on all the bioplastics, they turn into it's turned into good air, right? So it helps with global warming, helps reduction of trash. So it all depends on your lifestyle. If you want to recycle everything, you can do it. That would be really good. But if it's hard to do, like some of these dirty bags, plastic bags, or drinking straw, these can be, we could actually use more environmentally friendly material. If you go into our cafe booth, you can see that all of our containers are biodegradable, and you can actually use them at home. Or if you have a business, yes, you can help support and promote this biodegradable material. So this is from GC, that you can feel it right here in this cafe here, and we will actually have another speaker who understand and know this cafe really well. We actually have other SMEs, where they create containers and packaging which are really, really useful. You can help them, support them. Yes, we must help support them. So this is a collection of innovations where we should help support, because everything will be used in a circular manner for a sustainable future. So let's go next to Mr. Arthur.
Case in any country you want to share with us? Any success case? Maybe Milivis work with other organization, or maybe any case that you like most?
We work with, in Taiwan, we are lucky because there's
and could you please put a little bit closer your microphone?
Yes.
Thank you.
In Taiwan, we're very lucky because Taiwan is very manufacturing heavy. Okay, Thailand is very agricultural heavy. So manufacturing heavy, you have a lot of synthetic material. So we are able to leverage a lot of these synthetic manufacturing processes. But for example, if you say success cases, many of our success cannot be shipped elsewhere. It doesn't really work unless we ship two things. One is data, which is the material data and the software that's needed to calculate carbon footprint, to do LCA analysis, life cycle analysis. The other one is very successful, I think. I think will become more and more successful, especially we're doing that with GC right now. It's already using machine to directly turn trash into building material for their own campuses. So that's a pilot stage, but I think that's a success case already in Thailand. But I say, but what we are doing recently, I think you can understand New York, Hong Kong, Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Milan. you will be surprised. Most of the material is not really recycled. Okay, so the more supposedly advanced or fashionable city you go to, less recycling. Okay, it's because it's not cool to do recycling at all. Okay, and then the real estate is so expensive that you cannot actually have enough places to actually collect the material. So for these places, what I just mentioned, the only way to bypass, to leapfrog the existing system is to literally put the kitchen, communal kitchen, transformation kitchen in the middle of a city. So what we recently did in Singapore is that we built the upcycling hub in the middle of a city at National Design Center. We recently just took, even though they say there's recycling, but many of that go to Malaysia. So what we did is we directly took the blue bin. So whatever that's like, for example, in this exposition site, we directly take the trash can, directly make products for the local NGOs to make money from directly, right? So this is the closest loop. And I think this might actually be a model to move to many of these cities in decentralized way. These machines are designed to be community-based rather than very heavily decentralized. We're talking about 1,000 people. We are not talking about a whole city. So for example, they're so dense right in the middle of this central district. You need a lot of these remanufacturing labs. And right away from the city center, you're taking away these material that's single use into durable goods. Then you can go into a GC cafe. Then you can take that material, you can give it to Up to You brand to turn that into yarns for t-shirts outside of Bangkok.
ค่ะก็พูดถึง success case ที่จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเมนชั่นถึงหลาย
นะก็พูดถึงกรณีของความสำเร็จก็พูดถึงหลายประเทศนะอย่างเมืองไทยเองก็โชคดีนะที่ว่าเราโชคดีที่ว่าเรามีการเกษตรแต่ว่าอย่างในไต้หวัน but as in Taiwan we have a lot of manufacturing where they gain from this. If we talk about large cities like Hong Kong, New York, Dubai, and many other countries, these are fashion cities, and they actually have a low recycle rate, if I understand correctly. And yeah, what's close to us and very important that we must use things to its maximum value, because all these trash can be cycled and used. Like say here in this exhibition, GC has shown to us that a lot of things here are actually from the things that we have used. So this is something that the world over will have similar perspectives on recycling. May I go next to Ajahn Singh to share us your success case?
I have a case. It's a small case, but I would like to say that circularity that will be successful needs to have 3 pillars. One is technical capabilities, which is to transform in products into the right things. Second is the people that needs to change their behaviors. We've seen several countries that they separate their trash. Let's say Monday, Wednesday, Friday, they only collect glass, and the other days they collect paper, for example. The third one is financial. One thing that I was impressed with from the Netherlands is that in large businesses, they gather together, and each large company that wants to participate in circular economy, they put money into the pot, and let's say they put in €1 million each. So when there are 10 companies, they will have €10 million in the pot. That translates to 450 million Thai baht. So they started to connect businesses together. So this A company recycled and this B company washes, and then they combine their chain together. And what I like is that there's some companies don't really get the benefits from this. For example, the washing companies, or for the companies that design might get small, a better margin. And this middle pot that everybody is putting together, chipping in together, will subsidize the companies that only benefits just a little bit. So they use these methods. It's a financial innovations. It's not just a technical issues. It's not about people's behaviors, but it's also a fix in the loop in the finances, because here no one is now a loser. So those that gets a big benefit, they're quite happy. They don't need to get the money from the middle pot. And for those that only gets a little bit, they will get the money in the pot to subsidize. So I was pleasantly impressed with this model.
What you say is an ideal world. Yeah, because nobody want to open their book. It's like making people naked and says, oh, what's my margin? What's my cost? That's one of the biggest problem. In that scheme to work, you have to know who is actually losing, who's actually making money. Unfortunately. And I know the Dutch system, I don't think it works. Sorry.
คุณอาร์เธอร์เหมือนพูดว่าจริงๆแล้ว
Arthur mentioned that this is something that we wanted to happen, but in practice, in practicality, it hasn't happened yet, right? It's just a prototype that, people wish for it to happen, but it is very difficult for people to showcase their profit margin, showcase their operational costs. So it has to come to, but we still have to fix the financial benefits. This is something that's difficult. The technicalities, we can fix it. The problems with people's behaviors is a little bit more challenging, but probably the most difficult problem is the greed or the financial mechanism. But the example you give was one of the ideal world, and that is one of the successful case if we have an ideal world. So Miss Warapon, you have any success case that you want to share? Well, there's a success case from IFC, which is a partner of the World Bank. IFC deals directly with private sectors. IFC has a lot of cases, successful cases, but I will bring out Alba in Hong Kong. Alba wanted to ask for a loan to build a platform to recycle food waste and also plastic waste. And so they were asking for a loan. So the case that was quite successful was a case of Indorama, where they recycled PET bottles, and they recycled about 50 billion bottles a year, and they have reduced GSG's emissions by 150,000 carbon dioxide equivalent ton. And to do that, in order to reduce PET in Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and India, these 5 countries, it's able to reduce energy consumption by 80% when compared to business as usual. And that helps in order to reduce their cost. In Nigeria, they have similar cases. They also deal with recycling PET bottles, and that is one of the sample cases. In China, the case that we assisted was it was about blue bond. So we issued bonds to Indorama and Energy, but we also tries to attract investors, and we issue blue bonds. And these are the blue bonds that we are trying to utilize in order to have more investments in green plastics. So this will help the financial mechanism that is still lacking. So these cases seems like if we were able to apply them to Thailand, then that would be very, very success. It would be a great thing to do, right? So maybe from now, as importantly, everybody seems to understand very clearly that the things that needs to happen, the methodologies that needs to change, everybody seems to know. But here in our audience, maybe we have some youth, we have some newcomers who are not as skilled or as knowledgeable. On your views, how do we communicate, inform the young generations, the newcomers, and everyone to understand this way of life? How do we transfer this knowledge to them? So maybe start with Dr. Chaya. Well, the youth and all the generations actually, we know that Thai people are smart and we can make anything, but the concepts here is that we have to select the solution that is right for us, something that we can do daily. It's a habit that needs to familiarize with, and we need to do it consistently. If you ask me, is it difficult? Not difficult, but you need to understand it and you have to practice it. It's like exercise. If you do it once every 3 months, it's not a habit and nothing will be accomplished. If say you train yourself to separate trash, you don't need 5 bins, you don't need 7 bins. You probably need to have maybe wet trash and dry trash. That's a big start. And to begin with that will benefit you. And then, with just these 2 bins, a wet bin and a dry bin, it will eliminate a lot of smells. And those dry bins, you can sell them and get some benefits. So you're going to get some benefits out of this, and you're helping the world at the same time. So I believe that the young generations, they are always aware of what they can do. But another thing that's important is you have to have a voice to actually communicate to the older generations to, hey, everybody, let's assist everyone, because the main impact will resolve in the coming years, and I will have to face that. I will have to live in the times when the world is warmer, the climate is more severe, and so on. So if you don't start today, it will not be in time. So we can't solve the problems when it's already hits you. So I believe that everybody can participate in helping, whether it's big or small, and I believe that the impact can be tremendous. So 2 homeworks from Dr. Chaya. One is you can do something that you can continue to do daily, whether it be separating the trash or supporting products that are green, that are recyclable. And number 2 is for all of you here to be the voice to spread the words, so that you're not just the ones doing it alone. Just like the 4 gentlemen, just like the 4 participants here today, they are the voice. They could also be viewed as the young generations, because they are helping the young generations live better lives. And so thank you very much. Thank you. So that's 2 tasks from Dr. Chaya.
You want to share to the youth, because this group of people is actually very essential to create sustainability and to make the net zero city. How do you pass on new knowledges to this group of people?
I think it's just people has to be truly angry. So you just have to be really keep your anger for a long time, because without the fire, you cannot sustain what you want to do, because a lot of these big guys going to knock you down. So you have to sustain the anger, a lot of anger. Anger also means, indirectly, it's called the reverse side of anger is love, right? Because you care about something, but then you have to do something to devote to that love. And that sounds very cheesy, but I think the social unrest is coming, you like it or not. Okay, and so if a social unrest is just being delayed, the climate change is going to exacerbate. It's going to make it a lot worse, and it's just going to make it a lot faster. So what young people has, I think, social media is not a voice for me. Okay, for social media is not a voice. It's a distraction. It's something that's designed to distract you. Okay, but in reality, the real action needs to be sustained. And unfortunately, you see a lot of gathering of young people, and it goes away. I just imagine if you can gather millions of people for saying something together, and then it just goes away, that's kind of waste energy, no? So just imagine if you today, you say, I only go to GC Cafe. That is an action, can be sustained. Or I do not go to GC Cafe. That is also a voice that can be heard today. Yeah, but no one's organizing that. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm young enough to organize that, but I mean, I always wanted to be part of that. And anyways, so these are called action-driven protests, and that is the action-driven protest that's needed to change the system.
นะคะก็ต้องอาศัยการลงมือทำของวัยรุ่นเนี่ยแหละ
So we need the younger generations. Say, for instance, like you have the option to go or not to go to GC Cafe. You can choose. You got to have that passion. And what Mr. Arthur said, social media is built to distract, right? And makes you feel sometimes like these younger generations, sometimes it seems like, yeah, they can gather so quickly and then everything disappears. But if we come together cooperatively to, you know,
หมายความว่าเราต้องมีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรคะอารมณ์ใช่ไหมคะมีความโกรธอย่างนั้นเลยใช่ไหมคะ
Yeah, we got to have that kind of that anger. I really like it, that Kun Arthur has that kind of passion. Yeah, we must have that anger. We must have that anger. You got to have that kind of mindset, right? You got to be clear. So our new generations, you got to have know your mission. Actually, Kun Arthur is right. Yeah, younger generations must be angry because they did not build the problem, did not create the problem, but they actually facing that problem, and they're facing it by themselves. But okay, talking about passing on the knowledge to the younger generations, how can we do that? Okay, actually we don't have the problem of passing on the knowledge. We have the problem to pass on the knowledge to the older, the Gen Y and Gen X that are still in power, who actually outlived their usefulness. Yeah, so anger is important because they actually have outlived their usefulness, and they have so many kinds of medicine, right? That they can even change your organs. What can we do? Okay, so what we need to do is we have to pass the knowledge to the older people who are in power. So this is something, yeah. Okay, if we can have all these people in power in all organizations to understand all this, to accept this problem, just hope they are not angry. Yeah, because they got a lot of other things to do. So yeah, so actually the younger generations have more opportunities. Yeah, but to actually solve this problem, we need to have those in power to help solve. But we don't have this kind of problem in GC. It's a World Bank. Okay, my CEO is back there. Okay, but actually this is the truth. Yeah, we got to have this emotion to to push, to drive towards the goal that we don't actually say the goal, but it's not a target, it's a goal. Okay. As for me, don't think that's just as for new knowledge. Let's say we should actually have a curriculum, in schools and universities, and we should have a certain groups of people to understand it, to study it. And actually this kind of forums is very important for the younger generations. I really have to thank PTT GC to have created this event because it brings awareness to the public. And as consumers, whether new or old, I am old, I'm of the older generation, so we all should understand, at least read the label if if that product has certain recycle standards, and when we need to, when there are building, creating some products, right? We try to win the younger generation. We'll try to draw their attention, and that resulted in non-recyclable products. But if we understand more, then of course, producers, manufacturers can understand more, and all these, this money they get, they can actually use it to create more recyclable products. And us here, being the newer generations, and we can actually can extend the lives of products at home, not just keep changing maybe your phones, your this or that. That will result in waste, lots of waste. So try to look at say like have some silicone wrap, and instead of using all these cling films, so that's all that's reusable. So if you study and learn more, when we Google, we maybe we could chat online or something, and okay, we use this and that to help reduce waste. Okay, let's create new values all the way from school or at home. Make it a habit. Build a trend, where we care for the environment. So this is a heavy content, but it's fun. I got to thank all four of you. And after this, do we have any Q&A session? We can actually send through QR code scanning or maybe on live. If there's any question, our team will select certain questions. Oh, it seems everything is very complete. Would anyone wish to add anything?
Okay. เชิญค่ะคุณวราพรค่ะ
Kun Varapon, please. Actually, from our studies, this circular economy is about 1.4 trillion baht. That's only in 3 sectors: in electronics, and from waste from construction material, and in the food sector. All these are very valuable, and we know that this can actually help with inequality problems, and will actually affect the drop in our economic development, which is actually the lowest in the region. So I think we all have to work together, help each other, that we can actually proceed with a more sustainable economy. And so let's hope we all care more on circular economy. Anyone else want to add?
Thank you so much for your time spending with us today. Is there anything that you want to say to the audiences? Or
no,
maybe
I'm
ask
with
them
old
to
friends, so
maybe you want to ask them to participate in anything that you want them to have besides anger.
no, okay, it's okay. I suggest that
โอเคครับผมเสนอครับขอไปนะครับไปแลบของอาจารย์สิงห์
around
my lab is not, it's just around here only. I think
for anyone who's been there once, I think you will change the way how you look at how material can be used in a much more sophisticated way. I'm sure you can have Dr. Singh and many of his cohorts there that's already helping to explain, and that will help your understanding of how you're throwing away all these value. But I think in general, I still want to stress the point. It's like to change a system is not easy, but I mean to change the system, you definitely need a young generation to be persistent and the collective action, because at the end, the big businesses or any businesses or any governments, at the end, they say they don't care or they pretend they care, but they actually really care. Because at the end, if you can change their business decision, because your behavior, you don't want to do this. For example, all of a sudden, no one show up in Instagram. There's no advertisers, right? But the problem is that you can do that today. No Instagram. All of a sudden, Instagram go bankrupt. That's called collective action. And then people won't invest in this type of infrastructure anymore, right? So if you choose the cafe you want to sit in, you choose the cafe that you believe in, then you probably don't want to choose some other cafe, right? I don't want to say.
Thank you so much คุณอาร์เตอร์นี่คือฝากถึง
Kun Arthur has asked, says that, visiting Dr. Singh's lab will actually be very good. This is a public business center. It's called RISC, RISC. It's in the Rajadamri Boulevard. In this lab, we have various products and material that we work together with GC. One thing that I'm really impressed is that GC took a boat out, from Rayong to collect plastic bags in the sea and brought it to me to build plastic, to build yarns and used in various other luxurious brands. It's all through this process, working together. Importantly, we got to work together and we can actually proceed very far. I am really impressed with Arthur's work because we study, we exchange ideas, and technically we can find new solutions to all the problems that we have not found solutions before. You may find me in the lab. And yes, Kun Arthur has mentioned that the young generations is very important, and you can choose to do what to do. You can choose to do good to the world and support projects of determined organizations. It's all your choice. So I leave it there. And Dr. Chaya, please.
So I would first want to thank all the participants, both in this room and also online. And everybody who participates, actually, they care. And I want to say that please spread the message to your neighbors, your families, and expand the work that we do here, that we all care about. And like Ajahn Singh said, that if we could change our behaviors, it's a change in beliefs. We can be a country where we can work together, and we have a lot of potentials as a country because there's a lot of low-hanging fruits in our country. We could see it as a problem, but we can also see it as opportunities. If we can fix these small things and we can combine all these little dots together, we can make a new economy like Ajahn Singh has said. And it will create chances, opportunities for many. If you could all work on this together, they could create jobs and it could create many opportunities. If you want to discuss with us, Ajahn Singh is one of the national guru, and we do want to provide information, education, but we do want it to make it practical and have it practiced. So any takers, we would welcome you. So I believe that's everybody. So we have completed our discussion, and these are the 4 panelists who are very skilled and very knowledgeable, and we can create many achievements together. We could perhaps also surprise Mr. Arthur in the future as to how much Thailand can achieve before he comes in next time. Maybe it will draw Arthur back to Thailand more often. So thank you, Ajahn Singh's lab as well. So big round of applause for all the 4 panelists, and let's have a group photo on the stage before you all leave. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Arthur Huang, Dr. Chaya, Dr. Singh, and Mr. Waraporn. I believe this is a great opportunity. I want you to still stay input because we have another interesting session coming. So stay on your seats.
อบพระคุณมากค่ะ
Thank you so much, and a round of applause to our panelists. Next up, we have one more sessions that I don't want you to miss. And if you miss it, you'll really miss it, because this is a topic that will build inspirations, careers, income. It's a topic of green careers. We will meet. Who are we going to meet in these sessions? Everybody's excited about this because the speakers that will come to see me today is the owner of several green projects that has reduced greenhouse gases, and it's an inspiration that could create income, careers, and also pass on several benefits to the society. Let's bring out our special speakers, 4 of them to be exact. The first one, a designer who is in love with textiles, a Thai designer who has been working with architectural department of Louis Vuitton Paris, and they have worked with Louis Vuitton Icon Siam. So Miss Winjan, co-founder and the designer of Goofy and the artist of a project. Next is a student who participated with her packaging in the Thailand Bootcamp 2020, and it has developed into a product that won the Thaifex Aduka Startup winner this year in 2022. So please welcome Kun Nachaya, the CEO and founder of PB Food Tree. We still have more, a beauty blogger, a legendary one. Nobody has not heard of her, and now she is actually involved with a lot of environmental projects, and she has now transformed her upper deck into a botanical garden. Miss Amata Chitaseni, or Perry Pie, student of Earth. She has recently, and last one, a director of a college where they discuss project-based learning and also learn about how this can be applied into practical life. So big round of applause to Director Kittipong. We have a lot of support for him. Hey, our technical director, as well as the owner of the restaurant Quinin. So please have a seat, everybody. So there's a lot of talent on the stage. Welcome, everybody. Hello to you all. First, I want to greet all the 4 speakers who are here to share. And before we start, if you do have questions, scan the QR code on the standee behind, and the questions will be collected and submitted to me. You can address it directly, and if you also are watching it on YouTube or Facebook and you're watching this live, you just leave a comment and we'll collect your questions to ask them. So we'll start the discussion quite casually here. Okay, this session will discuss the initial stages. I want to first know you and your background of the projects that you do. So let's start with Miss Plern Jan sitting next to me. So I want to ask about the exhibition, the Seagulls and Beyond. Can we talk about this exhibition, please? Well, I am an artist, so when I have an exhibition, I have to think of the stories that I want to tell. Now, the work that you see at the back here, all of them, the materials are, when we normally work, we have materials, right? But I'm actually thinking about the materials first in this art project. So I'm thinking about of materials to produce this. Well, these are actually from my stocks, and they are trash in the stocks. women use a lot of stocks. If there's a small scratch, we put it in the bin. But I actually have been collecting them, and you see that, I collect them and I put them in. I use trash from the sea and to grind them and dry them. And also this work comes from the paper from our offices. Normally we shred them, right? And then we put them into, and those glitters are from plastic bottles that people just throw away. And they sparkles like crystals, right? That's amazing. So the majority of my work is, well, maybe somebody would call me recycle artist, but I want to say that it's not my intention to be a recycle artist. But what I want to do is I am a mother. I have children, and I want to teach my children. I cannot showcase my work to everyone because I'm not a celebrity, I'm not a politician. So I can only make changes to those only surrounding me, starting with my family, my small community. So my children and my family, my staff, my colleagues are those that, these are the types of people that I have influence over. So, I cannot stop using plastic bottles, but it's too difficult. But whatever bottles I use, I keep them to make art. Whether it be plastic bottles or other types of trash, I have a place to store them. It's a big place in my studio to store, and this is a material for me to use as artwork. And I try to showcase that I am working on what I can do, and people surrounding me. I believe that, I'm not sure if people's personalities can be changed, but habits and behaviors can definitely be influenced. So, I start with my children, and these works are actually inspired by global warming. So you could see that these are the trashes from the sea, and it is made into a map of Thailand. It's a satellite photo that, if we are to look at it from the satellite photos, if you continue to throw trash recklessly, you will be blocking drainage systems and you will cause consequences. Any problems that you can change, it actually impacts a bigger picture. When there is a flood, it actually comes from the blockage in the sewage. So you are affecting a lot of people by throwing trashes without thinking. So small actions can lead to big impacts. And Miss Mook here said that she is not an intentional recycle artist, but she only wants to send a message to just the people surrounding her. And this makes our director, who actually doesn't use stockings, to actually smiles, right? So we start small, and it's something that is closer to us, stocks, for example, and water bottles. And it doesn't seem difficult, but it's actually also not easy. And she is a true demonstrator of what is capable. This is a great chance of me to be able to meet her in person. And I think that you have your work down at the Louis Vuitton shop, right? And that is a work that is for celebrations of the King's mother on behalf of, I think on the occasions of her birthday, of her 90th birthday. It's in front of Louis Vuitton and Hermes shop. So I was trying to use the textiles from the Royal Skill Development Center in order to develop art. But because it's such a big piece, it's 21 meters long, so I need to use only, I have to use the textiles that are both ways and the textiles that are new. But I'm trying to use sources that are from damaged products or leftover products to make an art that people value. So great chance for you. You could view that piece of art in front of the Louis Vuitton shop and Hermes, right in front of the entrance of Paragon Hall of Siam Paragon. Now next, can we move to Miss Natchaya, the CEO and founder of Pumpkin Medium Cheese. So I want to hear about your business, please. So my business, I start with small things that I am good at, and that would create a big impact, and that is on the topic of eating. Eating is, a basic foundations of life, and if we can start to adjust our behaviors on our meals, then it would create a big impact. So our eating behavior that I first target is I want to make food that would allow people who consume them to be nutritious, to be beneficial to their health. So at that moment, there was a trend of plant-based food. They were coming in. So I paid attention to that as to there's a disease called NCD, which is non-contagious disease that starts from our behavior, whether it be obesity or heart disease. So I was thinking, how do we solve these NCDs by reducing the risk of exposure to these diseases? So when people are aware of these diseases, they started to select food, and they have been transforming themselves and thinking of becoming vegan. So in the past few years, there's a 600% increase in vegan consumption. And when there's a vegan increase, there's also another big increase in flexitarian. And so I wonder what is the difference between flexitarian and veganism. So what I learned is that flexitarian are people who eat vegan on some days. So, they don't have always the options to consume or eat like vegans. They might think that it's too repetitive, but so they only practice veganism on occasions. So that's a great occasions when I tried to compete in the food innovations contest in 2019. So the task at hand was that we need to look into future sources of protein. So I was looking into plant-based sources and discussing plant-based, and I find that the sources of proteins that we find, it is not just from animals, but it could also be from several other types of plants that can give us proteins and also other essential amino acids. And so as Thailand is also known as the kitchen of the world, there are several other agricultural products that can be utilized as plant-based food. So we have thought that, so I thought that there was a trend of cheese lover, where we see cheese every day, whether it be in the shabu fast foods or milk tea. They would put cheese in there, but it also comes to the question of the consumer that, well, I think this is gonna make me fat. This is gonna make my health deteriorate. This is gonna increase my internal fat. So how do we fix their internal pain points? So I developed plant-based cheese dips, which is a product for this competition, and I actually won the competition. So I started to think that this product is actually feasible. It can be actually expanded and scaled. So we could see that it can actually be possible that consumers will have the choice that are healthy and are benefiting them. So when I actually do this business, plant-based food is not just only about health. We started to learn that plant-based food actually helps our health, but it also links to the health of the world, because the methodologies that is used to produce plant-based food actually reduces GHG by 30 to 90% when compared to products made from animals. So I started to think that if people are adjusting their behaviors, starting from the simplest thing, which is their eating behavior, and also benefiting the world, that would be very big motivations to make a difference in their behavior. So diseases will be lessened, catastrophe will be lessened, and so all the benefits. So that's excellent, because this is an option that is both benefiting you and benefiting the world. And I don't think it's a difficult choice if we are to consume plant-based cheese, because it is delicious, right? And I started with eating because eating is a big deal, and you are what you eat. And if you consume good food, your health will be good. And of course, you're participating in helping the world. There's only benefits to be gained here. Now, this is your initial state. So this is your story. So it started about 2 years ago, right? So now we are about to launch a product that is a plant-based cheese that is a top-end allergen-free. And so do you like to eat? Yes, I like to eat, and I also like my health. So, you like your health and you like eating. So that is why you look in this way. You look as well as this. So please support Miss Nut's product, Trumpkin Vegan Cheese.
ค่ะโอเคจำชื่อนี้
Okay, remember this name. Next, let's go to Kun Perry Pie. Okay, let's say all the way from beauty blogger, and then you have, veggies and flowers on your rooftop. Okay, I want to enjoy your cheese. Okay, yeah, I can see this picture. Okay, tell us more about this. Right now, I'm a student of Earth. I'm a flower girl. I'm also a rooftop agriculturist. It started about 4 to 5 years ago, like deeply. It's like I changed. Okay, maybe I tell a little bit about myself. I started off like as a 10 years ago. I was a makeup artist, but a makeup artist and a beauty blogger. So I was like I have a lot of fire in me. Yeah, and that time everyone knows about me. I used to focus on outside factors, on makeup techniques and having having worked on these New York, London fashion weeks, and I created some tutorial. Yeah, and then I suddenly feel like it's the same loop, and then I just asked, what's my life target? It just appeared. I was about 28 then, and then your nature took me to meet something else, like the capability that I have, and utilize it to the max. I like to dress up, using traditional clothes, and I want to feel the life of people, and to feel the cloth, traditional cloth, whether it's the northeast, south. It's all about culture. It's art. I'm really in love, to really learn all these. Yeah, to learn about when we dye, what color is used. Yeah, and then we learn more about a lot of all the way from the start, the manufacturing. So that's an inspiration. Like, oh yeah, what if I learn about my clothes, and okay, say like also with food, what we are eating here in Bangkok, from where did it come? And then I had a trekking trip in Chiang Dao, and I came across a very a very fulfilling ecosystem. See, all these fungus, big trees, everything is linked. It could be a small mushroom, but it's got a big duty. So this is something that brought me back to the truth of being a human. So my inner is then changed. I want to link. Want to link communities, and when I learn more about the traditional Thai cloth, then I was able to communicate more, to let people know about the culture, that it's not old, it's not an ancient thing. Your clothes is so beautiful. Here, and it really tells us about the natural color. And yes, the director is smiling again. From makeup artists to beauty blogger to cosmetics, all the way to natural, to nature, and the colors. Even as a male, as a man, you're feeling it. Yeah. Yes, I feel it as one now. Now it's like, it's all about nature, and I like it that what Kun Perry Pie says. It's happiness from nature, and it has become a part of your soul now. Yes, I found myself, and when I work with these communities, resources are dwindling, and learning more about organic agriculture and forestry. Everything is all linked, and food security, everything. Growing up in the city, we know nothing about the source of our food. Well, you could go eat somewhere, go into the supermarket, you get all that food. But once you learn more, I feel like I want to build like a food bank for my family, a seed bank. Yeah. So, like, I want people to know, like, when you grow tomatoes or something, it's the time it takes and all that, right? And then when you see something in the supermarket, then of course I begin to ask, is it real? Do they use chemicals? And also even at home, I make my own organic fertilizer. It's all about relying each other, an ecosystem. So that means if the more you are with nature, you will learn more, you will value nature more. So it's all different, yeah, all three of you. And now we have another one here, Director Kitipong. Please tell us more about Kunin and the meaning. Hi, from Rayong Technical Industrial Estate. Yeah, previously we used another name, but due to us being in an industrial estate, so we changed the name. So what is Finin? It's the tree. It's a tree. It's our university tree. Yep, and it's used for production of malaria. From all the way from bark, leaf, flowers, root, everything. Yeah, when they start with the quinine cafe, we want the community, the operators, to come together. And how can we bring them all together, come into our college? And yeah, we train barista too, and it's in the community. And what they'll learn, how does it involve the environment? Okay, let's talk about welding. Yeah, our cafe was built by all of our students. Okay, the welders previously, they buy like a 6 meter. Yeah, 6 meter. Okay, 6 meter, and then we cut them into pieces, and then we have throwaways. That's trash. Then bicycle wheels, everything that we used to for repair, or even motorcycles, we use them as chandeliers. So and we get the students, and we have bits and pieces of pallets. GC have them. The wood, we use that to build tables in our shop. We actually did not start with waste. We started with whatever we could get. We asked a contractor. It was 2.8 million, but we built it ourselves. It was only about 780,000 baht only. we built a cafe. We built, cafe, restrooms, meeting rooms. Everything becomes a business, and we have this project-based learning, right? But our PJBL is the Quinin Cafe. It's not only one branch. It comes from it's from all disciplines in the college. Yeah, we built we changed. The thing is, our concept, our shop is black, but if we want to buy black air conditioner, we have to pay more. So we got white ones and painted them. Yeah, so this is project based and learning, and we call this as a co-project. And once this project is done, then we met with GC, and GC told us that this is all about environment, it's all about waste, it's about circular, and we proceed with the business as a cafe. So this is to build entrepreneurs. Previously, we want to be different. We want our students to become entrepreneurs. And another concept of ours is don't wait until you finish college. You can earn, you can have salary, you can have occupation, and this is our concept. So it starts from a small cafe under the quinine tree, and then we built a big one to draw communities and other operators into our place to create a gateway to future occupation. You enjoy your food, enjoy your coffee, and then you will see that various disciplines, and everyone will ask, oh, this is what the students built, yeah? And that's actually a charm of the Quinine shop. And it's, we're showing it here. It's a net zero fun and cafe, yeah. I'm not sure if Director Kittipong has tried it. This is our formula. That means we got to try. But the food, we have chef from GC to train us. Chef Tam. Chef Tam is here. He's here. You came all the way from Rayong, yeah? Okay, yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much to be here with us here. And so that's the start of Quinine. Yeah, all these projects. We only hear this in a short while, but it really took a long time and challenges for all these projects to come about. Okay, so let's go here. Before you carry on with start with your projects, what are the challenges? Could you tell us? Or you remember it all? I don't think it's easy at all.
ส่วนของมุกก็
Well, for me, it's art, right? So, textile arts is something that is new for most people. Most people, when they think of art, they would collect them. If they were to collect art, it would be sculptures or paintings. So they were wondering why would they, or how do they hang waste on their walls? So just like what I said, the intentions, my initial intentions is actually just to teach my children. But I produce art. So when I actually made this, I didn't think of it as a commercial product, but actually the feedback was good. So I was happy. Or was I lucky? Because this recycle trend is a hit. But what I really want to say is I want to demonstrate that things that you don't value and are actually harming the environment, there's actually benefits to using them. So think before you trash. So that's one challenge that was that I had. But my products are all sold now. My arts are all sold now. So actually, I was happy. But each art has a story because I actually graduated from textile. So I was doing silk. I was threading textile. So I understand the process of making textile. So that is why I think about these sources, whether it be it's paper or plastics, and then I try to thread them, and then I try to textilize them. And this is what we call material base or raw material base, which is to let or allow the materials to dictate where the art goes. So we think first of what the material is, and then we think of what the story could tell, which is different from a normal artist process where you think of a main conceptual process. But this time, and then you select the materials after, but this time you think of the materials first, and then you think about, okay, what stories can we tell with these materials? So, and then I tell the stories on global warming, and these works are graphs. Some are carbon dioxide works, some are carbon dioxide graphs. This is an iceberg. This is the picture of Thailand being heated up. So if you are still behaving or throwing trash in the same manner, this is what Thailand would look like. This is Australia, where there's bushfire. If you are still, not paying attention, all these burnings are going to happen. What's gonna happen if you're pushing the forest away and you are standing in the heat fire? So you see that this green is actually coming from Sprite bottles. So it's actually very rare to find. This is a picture of Thailand that is in orange because it reflects that if you are still behaving the same way, you'll be standing on lava. This is a picture of trash inside the stockings. So first I want to ask you, when you make art, do you feel pressure? Do you feel that you need to create better works next time? And I already got an answer. You are actually inspired by real events, climate change, and that results in your work. And that's why I understand that why your work is being sold very well. Well, not all my pieces are sold, but I get very good feedback for my work. So, well, the challenge at first is to allow people to understand as to, this is not garbage on the wall, but it's actually very valuable. I'm sorry, actually people have asked me, how do we prevent this to becoming a trash again? So I was actually stunned. And I thought of the answer. Well, I have to make work better and better. The artwork should not be finished. For example, this piece of work, I can actually transform it into a newer piece too. So all of these pieces, if you said you're bored with this artwork, you can come back to me. I can make an adjustment. I can add value to what you have, and it can constantly increase in value. So excellent from your perspective. So with this picture, you could see you see a lot of colors. You could see. So I want to ask Miss Perry Pie on your challenges that you face. I want to say that I want to compliment your how you layer and how you put in colors. I think it's part of your styles too, right? This vivid colors of your work. So yeah, I would actually take the time to look at the artwork once I have the time. So the challenges that I have is, the first is my emotional state. Whether how do I change or move on the directions that I choose, is that the new direction will be beneficial to me and my surrounding, and also benefiting everybody else. But mainly I think that my challenge is that how do I as a Thai citizen or a youth or a new young farmer can build a trend that say, hey, in actually Thailand has a lot of good stuff. If of course, talk about food. Thai food is one of the world's famous cuisine. Talk about seeds. Maybe you talk about one of the best vegetables, morning glory, or certain types of mushrooms that are really, really tasty. So the challenge now becomes that how do we drive this economy in order to build sustainability, real sustainability, not just at the superficial level, but how do we create this and continue if we are not able to participate in this community? How do we, this is what I do. I think myself as the connector. And next is actually to build people, communities is actually very difficult. So in the past 4 or 5 years, I built a natural camp. And like in this picture, this natural camp, nature camp is a camp is called Chiang Dao Classroom. The founder is called Tin Niyom, and he is in Chiang Dao in Chiang Mai province. So in this camp, I want everyone to have the opportunity to reconnect with themselves. This is a practice that when we talk about environment, we want people to see or know about what is going on, but there are less doers. So in this nature camp, I think that it's a small initiation that people participating in this event, people who care about the environment, and I think that you are all a small ignition that will combine into big impact, and it will create something that is bigger than what we imagine, something that is bigger than what you think you can accomplish alone. So I would like to just follow the slides. This camp is something that allow people to see the beauty of nature through several tools, several connecting devices, several arts. And I believe that if you truly believe or if you have felt the real traditional culture, you will be falling in love, and you will see that this is something that you can improve upon from the heritage that we receive from our ancestors and pass it on to the next generations. And of course, about net zero. That is something we call, we cannot live in these conditions anymore, and we need to yell. We need to make voices. And just like my vertical garden, this picture that I am holding the shovel, it's me. And it's something that, something that I do is that I believe in myself that whatever background of family you are from, but if we have a target, then we can walk that path. So if you have a chance to work with nature, you'll be falling in love, and you will know that Thailand still has a lot of charms and but what's important is we need to work upon the work from previous others. And so let's talk about Kun Nat. So you have been using the work of others and continue to make something your own business. So what are the challenges from pumpkin vegan cheese?
I believe that the challenge of plant-based food, all in the country, it's like the plant-based food in Thailand is not very much known. But people ask what is plant-based food, and even today, people still don't really understand what is plant-based food. If you're not a vegetarian, or can I eat that if I'm not a vegetarian? And so the price is rather high because it's an innovative product. Initially, every brand the price will be rather high, and people would ask why should we be paying for plant-based food higher than buying food animal protein. But I can tell plant-based food is actually more beneficial to us, health wise, because plant-based food is it actually helps to change our world, reduce greenhouse gases. And because certainly we know the signal, right? With the rise of PM 2.5 and the rise of COVID, and I believe that the rise of COVID made people care more about their own health, care more about the environment, trying to look more for natural atmospheres. But it's the knowledge and the options that we have. It's still not much, so people can still find it hard to adapt. But if we adapt little by little, from the things that we can adapt in our daily lives, maybe through food, enjoy more, eat more vegetables, and wearing more natural-based clothing, and this will be a driver to trends, because all trends come from consumer expectation, and because if we expect things that are good for ourselves, for the world, each of one will be small bits and pieces that will actually drive forward our world better. So the challenge of Kunnat is that people are still in doubt about plant-based food. So we need to create understanding so we can expand the business. And yes, this is actually a good option for ourselves and for our world. Now, the Director Kittipong, Quinin is the shop that brings everyone from various disciplines. But I believe that, of course, there are challenges. So what's the challenges and obstacles of Quinin? Okay, as for the challenges, it starts from the idea, from the concept itself, from having a cafe in a college, because we are a government college, right? So thinking about this, the challenge was start on from the budget. Okay, so we'll finish our talk today by about 7 p.m. I guess. Okay, anyhow, I already told you how we built it. The challenge from the idea, but once the shop is ready, how are we going to manage it? So all of our teachers just became teachers. We had not touched any business. We knew nothing about profit and loss. We teach only in the books. It's like in the old Chinese movies, right? We have to learn it through experience, but we did not have any experience, so that we need to partner with someone to build a business. And another challenge is that our students, once they're only with us for a few years, right, and then they move on. Our students will have to move on and grow, and that's another challenge. And so that's why that's our slogan. We can't remember our formula. But that's like, you can always update some new menus, right? And your guests can learn about new menus. So that's why now we have the nutritionists to help, and now we have partners. We have people to help with food, and we also have business people to help, and that brings sustainability. And communities, operators also come in to help us. So the biggest challenge is people. Other things, not the problem for us, because we rotate. And the most challenging would be our customers. Once we have customers, differently delicious, that's dangerous. So we have to meet their satisfaction. But we overcame that. and we pass that on from batch by batch. So we need to support you. We are the Queen Cafe is here today, but if you have the opportunity to go to Rayong, you can visit. That's so wow. The picture is now much clearer that each and everyone, each one here came through many challenges. So maybe you could tell us more about what you are most impressed about the things that you have carried out. Kunmuk, maybe, please, or something you're proud of. I am proud of the things that I was able to do. I was able to teach people around me, my children, my employees. I have about 20 people. I teach them how to weave and managing people. I cannot force them to work to my liking, but I can be an example. You see that the ways, certain ways, we collect them, right? You have to collect them, because we have to show them. I'm not sure if we call it as habitual training, but whatever. My employees, my family, my child, 13 years old, he was trained like that since young, so they won't throw things around. Like when we go to the beach or something, they collect trash but from the beach and send it, bring it to home. And this is something I am proud of as a mother that was able to teach my child. Yes, certainly this is something you can be proud of, because you were talking about habit, whether if we could change them, but we could change the behavior. And you see that at home, your child, 13-year-old, or other your employees were able to change the behavior, and everything becomes a family with similar concepts, liking things similarly, and presented through pieces of art. Okay, let's go to Kunnat. So, Kunnat, what are you really proud of? For me, I would say I'm proud because say plant-based food, like plant-based cheese, it's really we have really come so far, with the food, the texture, and the nutritional value that we were able to achieve. It's so much different from our start, from the start. This is all from continuous development with help we've been receiving. For everyone that has supported us, organizations, maybe like Food in the Forest, Tech Fund, or the National Innovation Center that has supported us all the time. I have to really thank people around me, around us, because we are just a small part. Yep. So I find that around us, people around me are more interested in plant-based food. I think this is a good start that will actually expand and has a larger impact. I think that if things are going this way, and all the companies are gaining more consumer acceptance, then I think we will have more plant-based food that tastes so close, to real meat, and which will benefit us all, benefit our world. Okay, now let's go. Maybe you could cross that with Director Kittipong. Yeah, because yes, we also have plant-based in our Queen Cafe. Yes, we chatted. You have coffee, right? From oat. And we have plant-based food too. Now, oh wow! If all four of you can can discuss among yourselves, or maybe I'll just run and have a taste. I'll take a taste, as well as vegan cheese. That's interesting. Okay, let's go to before we go to Director Kittipong. Couldn't Perry Pie maybe tell us more what you're proud? Okay, what I'm impressed is nature. I felt closer to nature. I see greenery, beauty, hearing birds, hearing the stream. I feel it's very fulfilling, and that leads to love for myself. That it's something that I feel like I got up to do something good. I love the people that I met. Yeah, I believe that there's no coincidence that we can get to meet. It's we are not alone. We have people who are ready to do big things, and that's something I'm really proud that I was able to grow things bigger. The first time I did it, it was like they were too close together, so they weren't big. And now I learned from experience. Now the things I grow now are getting better. I'm really proud now that yes, whatever I grow is looking better, and this actually is the driving force that I want to grow something more. Or it brings positive powers to my parents too, because it's like I feel now it's about time that I take care of them. I really like the thing that you are proud. Yeah.
ภูมิใจเป็นของตัวเอง
Well, happy that you are enjoying the turnips or any other plants that you are growing, right? It could just be flowers, fruits, things that you enjoy. People who are interested in the same fields are gonna have attractions, right? The reasons to have 4 people here today, it's not by chance, right? It's because you have some sort of attraction. Well, I actually want to go with her to the camp, the nature camp, and I want to learn about to be able to produce plant-based from Thai sources. I want it to be localized, and of course, we can have more discussions behind the stage. Great, this is an opportunity, a connection that we can learn from each other, and you can. Well, we're not ending the stage yet, but because we haven't talked to our director yet, so let's talk about what his accomplishment is. So, well, our college is to build opportunities and build careers. So when we are able to do this, we are able to build careers for students, and we build chances for the community. And we have a lot of the communities here who are our fans clubs, and the communities are our fans, and our students are able to provide services, and we are giving away these opportunities, because once they graduate, they're gonna go into opening a cafe. We actually have over 100 students that have cafes, and what's important is that our students that want to go to Australia, especially if you get the certifications from our university, they can continue their education. So they have a certifications for barista, and that is one of the occupations that they can work part-time with this barista. And the cafe business in Australia is one of the prosperous business over there. One of our students, we are actually very proud of him. It's of course it's his accomplishment as well. He is now in Brazil. He is earning significant amount because Brazil is the origins of Brazil, and it started. She is a barista and she married a Brazilian. So, normally most cafes they won't have gardens, but in this cafe in Brazil, they would have gardens and would have areas where you can take photos, and they're also looking at culinary Thai desserts, and they're serving Thai desserts with coffee, and it matches really well. So this is something that as a teacher, I'm proud of my students, but what makes me even more proud is that I'm able to build networks around the college. That I first thought that Queen Cafe should be a gate to careers, not just baristas, but any careers that will come out of our college. That's so much fun, and it seems like I have learned about 4 of you in this short time. I've learned about the start, the challenges you face, and not just things that makes you proud of yourself, but things that are benefiting us, and it's easy for us to smile along when we hear these stories. But now I want to really hear, we are now a fan club of all 4 of you. I want to ask Miss Muk, after the exhibition ends, I see Goes and Beyond, I want to know after this, what is the plan for, if there's a plan for the next exhibition, how long will we need to wait for your work? How long will we have to suffer to wait for your work? Well, right now there is an exhibition down south, down at the main waterfall next to water fountain, next to Hermes and Louis Vuitton. So look at that exhibition first, and you can see how you interpret it. There's actually a story behind it, but of course you can interpret it your way. Is there actually an answer as to what it is as the from the artist herself? I don't want to actually give out the answer, but there is a description of my explanation, posting it there. But actually, yeah, don't look at the explanation. Just think about it first, and then see if it matches the description. And there's also a textile museum near the Grand Palace. So I use leftovers from the Skills Development Center by the King's Mother, Queen Sirikit, and also at Queen Sirikit National Center. It's a permanent exhibition. It's the size of an Olympic swimming pool. It's a sustainable art, meaning that it comes from water bottles, cans, and we thread them into art, and that is a permanent installation. I hope that it will stay, but my intention is that it is permanent. So yes, those is Miss Muk's work. And do we have other line of products from Miss Nut? So right now, pumpkin plant-based cheese is pumpkin vegan cheese base, which is cheddar cheese. We will be using pumpkin seeds from Miss Pear, and will have to follow us when we work together with Miss Pear. What other seeds or will we get from this? Because the second product that we plan to is a vegan mozzarella cheese bomb, and the plan to sell is through online channels. Follow us on Trumpkin Vegan Cheese and also other health cafes, and maybe it will be in the Cafe Queen from our director here. Well, almost. We are already making plant-based that is made from turnip, that is growing just a tiny bit from, maybe that would work. maybe. So you have to keep us posted. So this is a startup, right? So this is an inspiration for many. If you want to start businesses, plant-based food can actually continue, and it is a trend that I believe will continue sustainably because it is beneficial to our planet. So why wouldn't it last, right? Ms. Pear, what do you think? What do you think of the plans or the projects in the future? What do you think will be addition? If you think about life goals, um, sometimes we don't know what our life goal is, right? But now I think that the path that I choose is becoming more clear. If I want to walk as far as possible, I want to have a learning center or a library that archives news or whatever it is that is a local knowledge, whether it be the colors, the seeds, the five senses, sight, smell, sound, and so on. These are, a long path, and maybe I would have white hair by then, but I want you to keep following me, and I want to keep inspiring, and I want to build a community that will drive economy, linking people together, and I've already got a few here. Maybe I'll go to see you at the Rayong at your institution. So I'm not sure when it will happen, but I am very happy to be participating in this panel and building a small connection here. And I think that this is a connection that will continue to grow. And I feel and see that everybody's happy to share their stories and communicate that. And Miss Pear here is also a representative from the youth, seeing that, taking care of the environment is something that is your task. It's something that we need to start to do. It is, if we see on the resources, if I may be, I have to add some substance here. If you look at the UN Sustainable Goals, 17 of them, you'll see that, okay, as organizations, as individuals, as communities, we are at the point where we need to act. We need to act now. Otherwise, the goals will not be accomplished. 2030, I don't even know if 2050, we might not even have this space. There's also pandemics, right? And it could possibly be food war. It could be a lack of food because our natural resources is significantly reduced. Water, air, soil is so beat up that it's a crisis now. The earth is screaming for help. So I believe that I heard one sentence that I am very impressed with. I read this sentence is that if you wait for the government, it might be too late. And if we act as individuals, it might be too small. It is a power of connecting small dots together. If we wait for governments, it's too late. If you do it alone, it's not enough. And if we do it as a community, it will be amazing and it will probably be timely. That gives me goosebumps. Thank you for that inspiration. This is a story that I want everyone to have similar thoughts, and if you all think the same way, I think it can be accomplished. Like Kun Pair said, the world is screaming at us, the earth is screaming at us that please help, and we need to help it, whether it be about climate change or natural disasters. Things that never happened before has happened on this era. Many things provide us with choice, and for example, COVID, we try to avoid it, we still caught it, right? So we have to help each other little by little. The world is not in anybody's hands but your hand. Yes, as engineers, we call us cogs in the system. You call it dots, yeah. Cogs. How are the cogs going? What is the plan for you to expand? How many branches are you going to have? Will you expand in Thailand so I can visit more often? Well, I want to start with the products. We are trying to improve the product range, and plant-based is one of the biggest trend. And so we have started with producing plant-based food with Chef Tam, who is instructing our instructors to give short courses to the community, and also for coffee. There are coffees, green teas, Thai teas. There's products of plant-based products involved. So it's gonna improve your health. But what's very important is how do we expand the business? Because we are a government institution. There's many contacts trying to buy our franchise, our brand, but we can't do it just yet. There needs to be a connector, is that intermediaries in order to expand a government institutions, organizations. But we do have plans. There is Thep Sirin Samut Prakan school that we have already modeled, and they probably will launch it soon. We will start from the design and constructions and train the productions of coffee and food, and also the community of Lak Chai Mueang Kan, where we have discussed the concepts and prices. And there is also an architecture facility where our students will be providing help there. This is one business, one discipline of studies. And the plan that is almost accomplished is that we want to build all-in-one automobile service center. And we will bring driverless vehicles to drive from that automobile center automobile shop to our coffee shop, and of course you can ride back and then collect your cars. And GC gives us a lot of tasks, whether it be smart saleng, smart trash collectors. You see that the three-wheelers, but they wanted to be electric, and we wanted to have shelter, and it could have solar cell to charge your mobile phones, and you can pump water pumps and so on. And this is how to use energy more efficiently. This is the plan that we have. This is the real gateway to careers from Queen. This is really a solution to the current situations. Just dream big and try to achieve that, and we'll see that picture coming into. There's several partnerships coming. And very good, and
สำคัญคือเราได้มารวม
Okay, most importantly, we are here together, knowing each other, understanding together the things that we all need to understand. And we need to encourage all these 4 speakers, the panelists here. They have actually inspired us all. So I would like each of you, each of our speakers, leave us with some takeaways to inspire them. Something that you would like to leave for the younger generations. Kun Muk, please. Oh, why is it me? Okay. I'm like one time that when I think of something, I just do it right away. It's all through trials and errors. So I wish that the younger generations, whatever you have in your mind, and try it, do it, and then you will learn. The trials and errors will teach you. I already talked to the director, and I have a lot of younger generations coming to learn with me, and they actually have a lot of creativities, but sometimes they don't know how to finish it. For us to finish a certain project that needs experience, working experience. Sometimes when I have college students to train with me, I learn from them and they learn from me. So this is like they say like water and the duck supporting each other, and with like the boss and the subordinates, whether you can be creative, you can be confident, but listen to the older generations and mix them. It's good to be confident, but overconfidence is not good. You need to have exchanges, ideas and action. What do you want to do? Act, do it. But if you just got to get up and do it. Otherwise, nothing will happen. That's okay. Another one. Thank you so much, Kun Muk. I'm not going to go to Kunnak. Let's go to director Kitipong. Yeah, because you know, the last person to answer may be tough because you may be repeating. So maybe, yeah, director Kitipong, maybe you could tell some of us here. Actually, I was thinking about copying paste. No. Okay. You know, younger generations, they want to grow immediately. You know, even with the education system, they want to learn this and be able to do it right away. Not like in the past. In the past, we have to go in accordance with the syllabus. But the younger generations, if you ask them what you want to be in the future, they won't say doctors and so on and so forth. They won't say, and they won't even tell you. They just say, all they say is, I want to have money. They won't tell you what they want to be, but they want to have money. They want to have, they want to be happy. They want to be happy in a short time. And that's one question that we have to cater to. So once they change their way of life, their ways of thinking, like they're right now they are in front of a screen, more in front of a book, even books. I mean, it's all e-books now, and the modern day teachers, the modern day teachers is always we lose to Professor Google because they know everything. But so, as for the younger generations, if you want to change yourself, develop yourself, change the environment, most importantly, it's all about ethics and morality, responsibility. Learn to love yourself. Once you can take care of yourself, then you can take care of things around you. If you can take care of yourself, you love yourself, you will not be involved with drugs and all that. So to grow and become a millionaire, like our application, we are our college right now. Like in the past when we asked for application, now we say we are applying new millionaires, and we have a lot of applicants coming in. So this trend is coming strong. So what we need to do is, one thing that you have to learn and you have to do, it's the food business. Everyone's got to eat. Yeah, everyone's got to eat, right? So the food business will be sustainable, but sustainable food is important, and happiness is art. See, the trend is so good. I think, Mr. Director, you could be the MC instead of me now. Okay, and if you change your mindset, your life will change, whether young or old. Yeah. Being young, you can do things quickly, but be moral, be ethical. Think about the environment, everything together, like what we see here on stage here. Yes, thank you so much. Okay, next, Kunat. As for me, if you want to grow and be successful sustainably, we have to be a small part that can do great things for others. You have to, put in the love, like you love your family, love the humanity like your family. Take care of your home, take care of the people at home. Then your home will be warm. There will be happiness, and then sustainability and happiness in your life will follow. Each of us, we are all different. We just have to learn to connect the dots, and to working alone you can do it, but maybe slow. But if you have partners, things will go faster. I'm really happy to have new partners today, And if GC wishes to be our partner, I'll be happy. I believe this is all about connecting the dots. Just like Kunat said, in the end, it comes to the start of Kunmuk, right? That to start something, it comes from something close to you, your children, your family, and then leads to the success. And there will be an example for great inspirations. But still, we have one more person to inspire us, something to take home with. Is pressure? No. Oh, it's easy. Okay. So everyone, please bring up your your mobile phone. Please, click on the likes and comment and share my page. No, I'm just joking. So everyone here, those of you who were able to spend time with us here, whether on stage or on the floor, may I send you powers. Yes, I want to send this positive force, this inspiration, this driving force that you are faced with obstacles, with sorrow, or something that drags you down. I want to be I want to breathe that, give you that positive power to bring you up. Okay, let's give them all a big hand. Yeah, Kun Prayer talks about tomorrow, about next week, about the future. This is a very good conclusion. So I wish to thank that all four of you are here on stage and talking here about almost 1.5 hours, and we have learned a lot of inspirations. So I think by now a lot of you may have lots of ideas to do some good things to the earth and be able to bring more income. So I want to be an encouragement to all of you here. Yes, give them a big hand. Okay, let's take a picture. I wish to really thank them all. Thank you, Kun Plernjan, Kun Natchaya, Kun Prayer, and Director Gittipong, all the way from Rayong Province.
ขอบพระคุณมากนะคะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กับ
Thank you so much. Please give them all a big, big hand. Now, I wish to thank you all for being here together, all the way from this first session, and I wish to thank our audience on the online platform. For those of you who are still around, whether you're watching GC YouTube or Facebook page Environment. Okay, this event is a carbon neutral event to solve this climate change. So may I invite all of you in this event and in the life to be a part of this activity. Scan the QR code and let us know about your transport. So my job is done here today, so thank you Goodbye.